And so we will be going by what we're calling colloquially as Apple time, which is whatever time you got on your smart device. And so it's either my iPad or something else. So we are going to convene tonight at 6:02. 6:02, the Duncanville City Council meeting in our briefing room and video conference at Zoom. And the date is Tuesday, July the 19th at 2022. Okay. All right, just one short bit of housekeeping, as is our practice. We do have an executive session on our agenda tonight. Depending on how our time goes and our briefing and our work session, we will have the executive session, if time permits, before 7 o'clock. If time does not permit, that executive session will be at the end of our city council meeting at whatever time that will occur. Because we do have, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, we have 4 briefings and presentations in addition to the agenda items. So I just wanted to let you know that there's a good possibility, some possibility, the executive session is going to be held at the very end of our city council meeting tonight. So with that, citizen comments are going to be heard during our open session in city council for anybody that has that information. So the first thing on our agenda tonight for the briefing session is to discuss the agenda items. City manager, floor is yours now.
Good evening, Mayor and members of our city council. We have before us 4 items, looks like, on our consent agenda. First item is consider resolution authorizing a cooperative purchase agreement with Caldwell County Chevrolet through BuyBoard Contract number 607 to approve the procurement of 2 pickup trucks and 2 SUVs and total expenditure of $198,500. This item is authorized the procurement of the pickup trucks. This is for the battalion chief and the EMS chief, and 2 Chevrolet SUVs are being used by the police department, the chief and the assistant chief, in the amount of $198,500. The vehicles have reached their maximum life. They're part of our vehicle replacement policy. The purchase is under budget by $16,769. We are using BuyBoard, and that is purchase. Item 4B, consider a resolution authorizing a cooperative purchasing agreement with Mac Haik Ford through Sourcewell Contract number 101520 for fleet parts and repair of Ford vehicles in the expenditure amount of $125,000. These are items authorized for procurement of fleet parts and repair services from Mac Haik Ford in the amount of $125,000. This is a multi-year contract through Sourcewell Contract number 101520 FMC. Outsourcing of repair is planned annually in equipment service budget. The city uses outside contractors to perform repairs we are not equipped to perform. The contractor is located in DeSoto. This is for our existing vehicles. We do some repairs, minor repairs, oil changes in-house with our staff, but larger mechanical issues require us to use a service. And so by having a contract with them, it makes more ease for us to extend our fleet life.
Quick question,
Yes.
City Manager, just to remember, do you happen to know or ask what the percentage of Ford versus other manufacturers are in our fleet? We've got Tahoes, we've got Ford.
Asa's here. Mr. Asa, could you tell us just so generally?
I don't have an exact percentage, but it's predominantly Ford. I'd rough guess 90%.
Wow.
You drive the Ford?
Huh?
You drive the Ford?
Right now I am. I'm sure the Chevrolet as well.
So our
So it's-
Tahoes are specifically
So
for police.
the reason I'm asking is that 90% heavyweight toward particular Ford manufacturing becomes more important to understand this particular procurement action because of the preponderance of Ford vehicles within our fleet.
That's correct.
Okay. And it also stops you from having to inventory Ford parts.
To some,
Right, okay.
For the market.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
so our police, for the police cruisers are generally Tahoes, and then our vehicles for our fire battalion chiefs, I believe are generally, are they the top, they're doing the Tahoes for the fire larger.
So,
Yes. And so what we are doing is we try to stick with the 2 because it gives us an ease, but we do know that there is a backup and we're getting them as we can. And Fords have been a little bit more available lately. They're usually used for our public works and other areas.
Thank you.
Number 4C, consider resolution authorizing the cancellation of resolution 20-001, approving the purchase of aerial bucket truck cab and chase from Rockdale County Ford LLC in the amount of $112,000, 180 cents. Resolution 2020-055, approving the purchase of one F-250, two F-350, and one F-450 from Sampax 5-Star in the amount of $142,534, and a resolution 2020-096, approving the purchase of one F-350 and one Ford sedan and one F-450 from Sam's Pack 5-Star Ford in the amount of $97,092.15. This item authorizes the cancellation of a resolution which we previously approved for the purchase of the vehicles. These vehicles could not be produced due to the combination of factors, including COVID-19, computer chip shortage, and the inability of the part of the vendor to maintain the quoted price due to an increase in material. New quotes will be obtained to purchase these. And so we previously had purchases this with a lot, and they are not honoring the agreement in which we brought to council. So that's why we are canceling this resolution.
And delivery of the vehicles that we are approving.
Sir?
Estimated about 20 to 30 weeks.
Okay,
As of right now.
As he may mention, we have had a hard time securing vehicles at this time.
yeah, Mr. McBurnett.
So my questions for Mr. Lowe is that, are we in a situation, I know we're ordering this far out, but are we in a good, healthy situation right now with our current fleet?
We are making more repairs on those vehicles. And then sometimes it is taking a little bit longer due to parts availability. We are making do.
So the answer is not really. We had a winter storm and now we're having a heat wave, two things that do not do well for equipment. And so we are seeing higher maintenance problems, and we're also seeing from the freeze, you still see the impact of that. And so I think our team is doing an admirable job, but some things are just unavoidable with what we're dealing with. And cars, as they say, don't last like they used to, but weather conditions have definitely had an impact on our vehicle issues. Item 4D, consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of design incentive grants for the Duncanville Community and Economic Development Corporation to Redbird Lanes Polling Center in the amount of $11,683.60 for a building located at 1114 South Main Street, Duncanville, Texas. Redbird Lanes was approved by the DCEDC on January 22nd, 2022 for an incentive grant totaling $11,683.60 for improvements to their business. Of the funding approved, $6,683.60 will be used for facade incentives for a fence replacement. $5,000 will be used for exterior paint incentives to help improve the exterior of the building. Redbird Lanes has been a family-owned business operated in our city now for 49 years and are soon to celebrate their 50th anniversary. And they are proud to be members of our business community. We ask the city council to consider this grant for them. That concludes the items that are on our consent agenda.
The city manager, on this particular item, do you know if that includes a sign? Or if it's
It
just-
does not say sign.
doesn't include
This
a
is
sign?
just getting the building to look better. They can,
And Gus could probably confirm this as well. They're working in phases, and sign is one of the things that will eventually.
we do sign grants too, but they haven't
I
got.
know.
And they're also looking at landscaping as well.
Because it was probably 2.5 years ago, I talked to Miss Kathy, and she was still able about doing that sign, and there was just a reluctance to even bother with the paperwork in the city.
Right, and so, and I'm good, and I need to give Gus and his team credit because this is a long-term. August 1st, 50-year, they reinvested on the interior. They spent over $500,000 on improving the interior. Now they're working on the exterior, and business has been in here for this long and really hasn't had as much connection with the city and stuff. And so for the fact that Mr. Garcia has reached out to him and has made things available, I have to commend him and his staff for trying to help this company go for another 50 years.
Good, very good. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Just to note, while I'm favorable of this project, and I certainly appreciate the longstanding of the Kathy family, I'd like to see us in conjunction with this, have a conversation with them about those dumpsters out front. They're always in a terrible state of trash all around them. I think Jeremy, as short as you've been here, short time you've been here, you're probably aware of that. I just think there's no place for dumpsters in front like that, especially when they're not being maintained. So while we're doing all these improvements, it'd be a shame not to address that with them.
Mayor, I know that council members, there are some areas that actually, and I gotta find, has the law changed that you can have requirements to fence off dumpsters. And even if that may be something that the EDC can also assist us with, even a nice brick wall around it will take from the open look of it. And since Republic's here, no pressure, but however we can make it
And
easier.
they're legal non-conforming right now, so I understand that.
But we can help them.
Yeah,
get there.
with all the improvements, it's gonna look really nice.
Yes.
So I'm thinking too, that Republic could consult with them to find a different place for that dumpster.
Absolutely.
It would still have accessibility with the vehicle that needs to have that. So maybe Republic could touch base with,
Republic would be happy to touch base with them.
thank you. Good point, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can get
Great.
taken care of. Mr. Hager.
Mayor, with regard to 5A and B, it's my understanding that the applicant has asked those to be continued, so we'll have to open the public hearing, take a motion to continue those to our August 16th regular meeting at 7 p.m.
I did note that, and I have got educated in terms of what we need to do with that particular.
Thank you.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Hager. Thank you very much. When we get that in open session, I'll make that housekeeping announcement for those two items. Okay, let's go on to item number 2, brief presentations. First one we have is a demonstration of SwagIT. And dispense when
I'll start out. So Mayor and Council, I know I was not here for our last meeting. I had asked, we have had some staffing changes, and one of the items that I asked them to bring back, because we brought SwagIT to you, and I would have preferred presentation first, discussion first, and purpose first. One is we've actually had 2 staff members who've been running this process. One has already departed, the other's last day is Friday. And so that was part of the urgency in which this conversation came about. But at the same time, we were starting to look at what can we do to provide better services to our citizens. And so when Ms. Spencer arrived here as someone who's implemented this system in other areas and found that it's been very convenient for them, I asked them to look at this as an option, because I do consider the fact that we actually pay overtime for staff members to be here for these meetings, that the cost of having and the quality in which you can get will exceed it. And so Ms. Spencer has been meeting, and we looked at a couple of other folks as vendors with SwagIT. I think this is her first time being introduced to them, but what I found is it's something that gives us an opportunity to do something and provide more to our citizens. Everybody's not on Facebook. Everybody doesn't like social media. We want to make sure that you have every possible outlet, including your city's website, which is being updated quickly by Alex, to see your meeting. You also don't want to watch a whole meeting to find out where an item is. And so as they're setting up, we want to make sure that when you look at your agenda and you want to see 5B, you can go to 5B and see 5B. So that was why I asked them to look into this as an option for us. And so I will turn it over to Gwen to talk through where they are with this process. And then I know that there were some questions, funding questions and things like that that came up that we'll be prepared to talk about.
In our previous discussion, we brought SwagIT, and we were telling you, and I got a lot of questions about what we have. Later on in this meeting, you'll hear the state of IT, but let me explain that we started replacing some of the equipment and we never completed. And we never completed. So we have Creston, and you're going to hear a lot about that. And Creston is what controls most of this. And we put it in, but we stopped short of completing it. We had an assessment done of the system on what it takes to complete it by SwagIT, and we had a couple of outside vendors come in and look at it, so it would not be a SwagIT situation. And we just did not complete the implementation, which you will hear later on. We had good intentions, we just didn't follow through. At this point in time, as the city manager said, we have one person, but every time you have a meeting, you have three of us. You have someone sitting outside, which you can see is me. And then there's somebody back there, as well as we have someone on the phone. So if you calculate that at the lowest rate, and we did the lowest rate, we're talking about $20,000 per meeting. And then we have to come to work the next day. And because we're a small team, you have to be your best. They're exhausted. So we are asking you to consider this, because not only is this a good product and a good service, but our sister cities are also using it. It's proven. I came from a different location where we used Granicus, same situation, but we were required to hire additional people to run that. So this solution that they're presenting to us will get us out of the AV business, and we will be guaranteed to have our meetings transparent, as well as our agenda and points to our agenda. So we're here, and SwagIT will present some of the sites that they have that are working well.
My name is Natasha Ross, and I am with SwagIT Productions. I've also got Michael Scruggs with me today. He is also going to be assisting on the technical questions that you guys might have. We've had several people, like when it said, evaluating the system, looking at, is this a solution that can really come in and help you guys? Is this something, that we can come in, remove a lot of the extra work that's involved, and provide you guys and your citizens with a very professional looking video streaming solution? All the check boxes that we had, we were able to check off with this hands-free solution. So we feel like giving this demonstration today, showing you guys what we're able to implement and how we would do that, is a great way to start. So this is an example of a city called Abilene, and they have a cable channel, which is similar to you guys. We stream their cable channel 24/7. So if there is a meeting that is being shown, that's what would be shown right there. Anytime there's any other programming on the cable channel, we would go ahead and stream that 24/7. So any kind of community bulletins, PSAs, message from the mayor, things of that nature, we want to make sure that those get streamed out live so that residents can follow along. You just touched me. All right, this below the live stream is where your archives would reside. So basically everything that we're looking at here in the center of the page is pulling from SwagIT servers. It's not affecting your network, your traffic, your storage. We provide you with this embed code. It's a copy paste function. It goes into the back end of your content management system. And then this allows our staff to continue to update those meetings as they're ready to be archived. When you click on one of these, what opens up, when you click on either city council or video, what opens up is the video player. The video player would be branded towards your city. So it's going to have your logo, graphic look and feel. We want it to look very seamless. When residents come here to watch the archive, this is the VOD, the archive, they can come and they can select very specific items that they're interested in watching. This is great, especially for council members that want to go back to reoccurring items. When you want to go back and you want to see, okay, what was, talked about and said, it helps prepare for those next meetings on those reoccurring items. We also come to your website about an hour before the meeting starts. We grab your agenda and we integrate that into the video player so residents can follow along using that agenda document. This is a meeting where SwagIT was remotely operating the cameras from our headquarters in Dallas, Texas. So right at 635 and 75, we have staff that's there 24/5, and they are operating those cameras remotely. In this case, the mayor came out front. I'll show you some different shots. There's a in-room video that's being shown right here. So that way residents are getting that full meeting experience as if they are there in person, but they're watching from home. We do have some podium shots. We put lower third graphics on the bottom of the video that's done real time. So again, if residents are tuning in late to the live stream, they know exactly where the meeting's at with those lower third graphics. Couple more views here, but we get the close-ups of the council members and mayor, the podium shot.
You also do the name of the person speaking.
We can do the name of the person speaking. In the council room, do you guys have nameplates? I can't, yeah. So a lot of times they'll try and keep those because those are really nice and visual. So if they're really, if the text on those is large, we like to keep that, but if not, yeah, we'll put the lower third with the name.
So
That's-
do we need more cameras than currently installed? Current cameras are gonna do everything necessary.
4 cameras in that room. No, and 2 in here. So this is a presentation that someone's giving in the room. A communication feature that I feel like is really important, this would be for Alex here. You can take out certain snippets of the meeting. So if you guys are presenting somebody with an award, that's great content. In this day and age, if it leads, it leads. I'm kind of tired of it, and we need good content out there. There's a lot of good content that happens in city council meetings, and we can get that out very, very quickly by selecting the item, selecting start, and then sharing it out to social media. So within a couple of seconds. You can download the entire meeting as an MP4. In this case, some young ladies, they are part of a softball team. The parents are going to want a copy of this. Instead of contacting Alex or Kristen, they can come right here and they can download the one snippet of video that they're looking for. A lot of attorneys will need certain segments of a meeting. And so that's a public information request. Somebody has to do that at the city. In this case, they can come here and they can grab that. What I am proposing to you guys is this hands-free camera solution where we remotely operate the cameras from Dallas. So we're the ones doing all the directing of the cameras. While we are directing the cameras, we are also time stamping the archive and posting it to your site. Essentially, it's all hands-free. There are a few things that we ask from you guys. Just communicate about budget meetings, special meetings, any kind of meeting that changes the meeting schedule. In addition to that, if you want to email the agenda to us, we can get the agenda that way, or we can go to the website. And then beyond that, it's really the audio, turning on and off the audio. We cannot listen to executive session, so that responsibility and bearing falls on you guys. This particular example has English captions as well as Spanish captions, which is what we are proposing tonight. So we have English, which is channel 1, and then we have Spanish. So this gives your residents the opportunity to be able to read in those 2 languages, should they be hearing impaired, or just for the translation aspect of it, to be able to see that other language. We also will provide you with a transcript. This helps a lot of our clerks to be able to fine tune the minutes, go back to certain parts of the meeting that they might have missed. Sometimes when we look at the minutes, you know, we may think, well, I don't really remember saying that. So it gives council members too the opportunity to get to something very specifically and re-review what was said. So it helps a lot with communication. What I really like about this transcript the most is you can click anywhere in it and the video jumps directly to that point. These are huge time savers.
Just to be clear, the simultaneous translation in Spanish goes on live.
It does,
Goes as well
It's
as
live.
the English, of course.
correct,
Okay, but
live and on,
so the transcript would be after the fact,
you got it,
but the simultaneous translation with closed captioning is live as we go.
it is. A live and for English and Spanish. You can download the transcript. So if you did want to use this to assist with minutes, you definitely can do that. You can add in speaker names, you know, that does have the timestamps in the transcript, so you can kind of see where things are at. You can also do a control find. So if I'm just going to type in the word enjoy, it's going to look for every time someone said the word enjoy. And you can skip to that point that you're looking for and click on it. The other really nice thing is when you're looking at this search feature here, going back to the SwagIT iframe there, if I type in the word water, it's gonna look for every meeting where somebody said the word water. And that is really powerful because you can see here, there's a lot of meetings where someone talked about water. More importantly, it keeps the description around that word. So you can keep that context of finding the right one. You can also narrow it down. So if I wanted to say water fountain, it will narrow it down.
Everything you're doing, a citizen can do. It doesn't have to come
Correct.
through us, right?
That's correct.
This is all gonna be open out there.
Yep,
On the website.
absolutely. And it really just, it honestly, it saves the staff a lot of time, you know, when residents can go and get that information.
So Gwen was saying that we currently have 3 people involved in every meeting. How many IT people are we gonna have involved? If we-
Yeah, that's a good
0.
question.
Well, you'll still get meetings now.
I'll be at the meeting, but let me be clear, when we say 0, the system that I said was incomplete. It sits on the city clerk's desk where she can control, what they need someone to do is control the mics and those ancillary items, which can be controlled once we get it completely implemented, because it's not implemented now. So you'll see me at every meeting, but no one will be back here in this room sweating.
None of our technicians will have to be.
So
here
our
for the
IT
time.
personnel
They will
investment
be
is no
focusing on
greater than
network.
anybody
Yes.
else coming from director
Yes.
staff to our city council.
Yes.
Correct.
This solution has been implemented in about 175 entities across North America. So it's a very well tried solution. If we took our previous camera solution, in addition to this one, we have over 300 installed out there. So it's a very tested, tried, true solution, and they're all over. So not just in Texas where we can get to somebody in 30 minutes. Yellowknife, Canada, they're all over the United States and Canada. So great solution. Typically, once it's installed, we don't have to come back on site. If we ever thought we did, we would not have ever installed it in Yellowknife, Canada, because that's not an easy to get to location. Michael can attest to that. So that's the idea behind it, building it right the first time so that this is not a solution that needs to be touched and managed all the time. It's supposed to be hands-free for you guys, with the exception of the audio, the communication on the meetings, the change of meeting schedule. And then also the Zoom. That's the only other thing is when you do have those hybrid meetings, we would still need Kristen or someone to set up that laptop and host that Zoom. But as far as our directors go, they're taking in that feed and they're going ahead and displaying the Zoom when someone's speaking on Zoom.
We have that taken care of, so that's.
So as far as in council tonight, this is strictly for information purposes. We're not taking a vote on anything or.
It's on the agenda. So it is on the agenda because as of Friday, you have no 2 staff members. Right?
Correct.
Yes, it's on the
That's
agenda.
part of the update. We have a total turnover of staff, so we have.
It's nobody to manage.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You realize what she just told you? That there's a transcript of what you say?
Yeah, I'm thinking,
Who edits that and how is that generated?
So the transcript is not meant to be edited. It is there on the solution. You can download it. You can add things to it. You can't resubmit it back to the system because it would break that video link tied to it. And so you would lose out
How
on.
accurate is it?
I mean, I would say it's probably about 97%. It's pretty high. Now, here's where it will get a little tricky is,
As your lawyer, I would advise you not to have that transcript.
well, and the transcript could be behind the scenes. So if you just want it.
As your lawyer, I would advise you not to have a transcript.
behind my question of what's available to citizens is that
It's
particular,
open record.
I know, and that's what I was coming at.
As
This
your
is an open
lawyer, I
record,
would advise you not to have a transcript.
so we can have,
It's not reliable, not because I'm worried about you saying something
not
you
100%.
shouldn't, which I am.
We can deactivate that.
It's unedited, and then I don't want you, I don't know how, you know, she tells me it's 97%. But whatever's on there, it'll hang you for whatever's on there. You'll never go back and say, they didn't understand what I was saying, although they may not have. So I would caution you that as you proceed, if you have this system, you better be very sure about what you say.
And I think my question about what's available to citizenry was all about that particular availability of the transcript itself, because I was.
It exists, it's an open record. I could not in a million years ever come up with a concept that just because it's inaccurate, there's no way to protect that. There's an executive session, there's not a closed session.
Thanks, sir. Ma'am, I have a question for you as far as the language. If you had someone more comfortable presenting in Spanish, would it translate it to English?
That's a really good question. No one's ever asked that question.
Or
I'd have
or
to
different
find out.
language? You know, I'm just
I would
curious
think
about
it would still be in Spanish. It would be what I would guess, but I can get the answer for that.
Sure.
Yeah, no one's ever asked that one. That's good.
Mayor, I would back up to that last subject, attorney speaking on. I think before we go out there, there's an expectation that we might vote on this tonight, that we get a consensus from the council. I agree with what he's saying. I've always taken his advice. He's kept me out of jail. I look good in orange, so I'm in agreement that.
So you were likely going to jail?
He's kept me out.
Is that what I just heard?
Well, if you'd had a transcript, you'd know it.
Yes, statute of limitations on some of the things. But no, I think that we should get a consensus in here because I'm in agreement. I think that we should remove that. If we're gonna vote on this tonight.
We can deactivate any parts that you're uncomfortable with.
Absolutely.
Other
And
council members?
No, I think it's entirely acceptable and understandable what our city attorney is advising. We need to take that advice for sure.
Do we have complete agreement with the council?
Yeah.
That's what I
So-
was looking for. Thank you.
not to disagree or take away from anything that you have stated. This particular client had a similar sentiment as you've expressed. So this is what we have put as a disclaimer at the top. I understand that may not work for you guys, but I still wanted to show that to you.
Likely not. Disclaimers can always be.
Absolutely.
Disclaimers can always be pointed at. Disclaimers are unenforceable in terms of something like this when it comes over. So again,
Yeah.
that would not be acceptable.
Understood.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
So there was a reference to Zoom a second ago, but anytime we have somebody that is communicating remotely, I think we've had Mark Hooks, Jeremy, for instance, maybe even private citizen. So any type of remote involvement in our meetings has nothing to do with this system. It's something we're doing internally, right? We're monitoring, we're controlling.
Yes.
As I understand it, but Ms. Spencer was saying that it's gonna all sit on your desk while you're out there as the meeting is going on. So the Zoom and the interconnectivity outside the room is all gonna be on your
The
responsibility.
mic management.
We will make sure that the Zoom works. Again, we have to finish the implementation because as good as it seemed to you on the Zoom, in this room, everything that the individuals say in Zoom was piping into this room, and we had another meeting going on and it was very distracting. So I want you to know there's some things that we still have to fix. This is going to fix one of the major problems. We still have to fix the other problems. But the Zoom does work so you can participate. We just have to fix the other things that Zoom is causing us.
So I'm concerned about the distraction that the city secretary might be involved with everything else going on. And now she has to be involved in technology to make sure the mics work and the cameras work if we're on Zoom.
Can I, can I say something?
Yes.
This is less than what I have to do currently for a city council meeting. Y'all don't realize I'm
She's up
pretty
and
much
running. That's what
IT.
she's doing.
I am communicating with IT on a daily basis, and with city council meetings, y'all don't understand how much I'm involved with IT.
That's why I'm asking the
Yeah.
question.
This is
While
less-
she's saying that there is some responsibility that's put on your shoulders, is that responsibility going to be acceptable to you? Because none of us are going to know what's going on except you.
And I had a conversation with Natasha, and she can tell you I was very nervous because they were taking a lot of control away from me, and she had to calm me down and said that she would be in contact with me all day long.
Okay. Yep, got it. Thank you. So this is coming before us at the agenda item. It's probably good if you have any other concerns to general comments now, unless,
We can make comments out there too. but
yes, we'll have discussion out there as well.
This,
Because we're not even getting into the cost. All we're getting into here is
Just
application.
wanted you to see it,
Yeah.
so you could ask
Just
questions
give-
about that.
The agenda item is broken down into cost differentials in terms of what we do, what we buy, and so forth. Those items are in there.
I do have a question. So this is essentially software that we're acquiring?
It's
I mean,
hardware.
what you're showing us is, it's a software, right, first.
So it's hardware to make all this happen. But then, yes, this, what you're looking at is essentially software.
And to your point, Mr. Coon, she did say that all this information is being run on their servers, not our servers.
So it's one connection from you guys to our CDN, then our CDN mirrors out that live stream to all the additional end users. So it's just really one, we need about 8-9 megs up, and beyond that, everything is offloaded onto SwagIT. We will retain your content for the life of the contract. We lock you in at these rates for the life of the contract, so you never have to worry about 3-5% annual increases, which is very common with most companies these days. So we do lock you in at that rate for the life. So as you continue to build storage with SwagIT, those costs continue to go up for us, but your costs don't continue to rise.
Back to Kristen's role in this. I trust that there will be somebody trained to work on her behalf with this system in the event that she's not able to make a meeting. Being
That's
planned
why
for.
she has 2 staff members with her now. I'll take care of that. Administratively, I'll handle my staff, you all handle me. I got that covered.
So one follow-on question is, do we have enough bandwidth in this building to accommodate?
The answer is yes. We used to have 100 meg. That was insufficient. The next level we had to go up to was 500, so we have more than enough.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've heard comments that it's going to help the city secretary, it's going to help our public information officer. Are there any other advantages that this is going to help with as well? I mean, as well as assist. So I guess that's my question for you.
Yeah, the public.
For a reason. Is there?
Personally, what I see in it is an opportunity for us to provide more and more reliable information for citizens. And I know the best example of something that went really, really bad was our audit meeting. And as everybody sat through that audit meeting, it was embarrassing that we could not get anything to work that day. And I know that we are in a transitional phase, but we also need to finish something. And so what you will hear from me after her presentation on the state of the technology is, I'm not starting any new project till we finish the projects we've already started. I consider this finishing something that was started and finishing it right. And so we've got to finish some things. So I think from Kristen's standpoint, I think from Alex's standpoint, and I think from Gwendolyn's standpoint, and in fact, our citizen standpoint, our job is to provide everyone a reliable source of information. If they want to be a council meeting, they can be, but if they don't, they have an opportunity to see it and know that when they click on that video, there's sound. Because I get the emails when there's no sound, or that the video is not out, and that she's not screaming saying, turn it off, turn it on, because we have a lot of different parts that most folks never see that really create a stressful environment on Tuesdays. So,
There's one essential piece of this that is important to me personally, and that is simultaneous translation in Spanish. We now have a 45% population demographic in the city of Duncanville, which is our Hispanic population. And for them to be able to participate in a city council meeting this particular way, I think is extremely important to our entire city to be able to do that. And so with having that takes away, when this first started talking about it, I'm thinking like, where do we find an individual capable of doing that? Because our city council language is not the vernacular of the street. It's not what we talk about. It's not conversational Spanish. It's a totally different type of language. And to be able to have this capability, I think is extremely important and essential for our city to have simultaneous Spanish translation. one of the most important things. Looking at all the advantages of it, yes, but that ancillary advantage of having Spanish translation simultaneous with the reading going on, I think is absolutely essential to us.
Don't forget the folks who are hearing impaired by having this.
Seeing as well, we have that closed captioning going on. Absolutely.
And generally, the cost per council meeting to have someone to sign at a meeting is between $200 and $400 per council meeting.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Tasha.
guys. Thank you for your time.
Okay, going on to the state of IT. It's six. It's 6:42 Apple time. We're gonna be running pretty tight.
Told her she had 10 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questions or 10 minutes for questions.
I'm looking at what we got going. We're probably gonna anticipate executive session being at the end of the city council.
You guys are having that conversation.
Okay, kind of know that. All right. So,
Mayor, Council, State of IT. So I've been here 3 months. In the 3 months, I've been assessing where we are, where we're going, and just trying to stabilize us. Who we are, we empower people to do what they need to do using technology. That's important because we're a service. We're a service organization, and if we're not providing the service, you don't need IT. Because IT is a commodity now, and for the right dollar amount, you can outsource it. So we're here to provide a service. Customer service is our main point. We implement hardware and software. We secure the network and the data, and we go into cyber training, which is important this time in the season that we're in, acceptable use, and we facilitate communication. By that, Ring Central Team, SharePoint, that's all us. So I did the infrastructure assessment. I will tell you, we have the best of the best. So the council and prior councils have approved for us to get the best of the best. We have Dell, Cisco is the top of the line. We have one Juniper, which we had to put across the street because Cisco has a 12 to 18 month time due to COVID for us to get supplies. So that's why the Juniper is there. We have security software, various brands of cameras, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more depth. Access controls, the badges, we do all of that.
this year.
There you go. If you notice, we have a lot of technology that we purchased when we had the CARES money. So we have smart boards. We have body worn equipment for our police and in-car, as well as for our code enforcement. We bought new thin laptops, which I'll translate into Chromebooks because everybody's familiar with that. Not any smarts, just a thin client. We have laptops, we have iPads, we have phones, and we deliver all of those to our customers, and that's how they communicate with us. Telecommunications, our fiber is leased. It's been here a while. I will tell you that for our new offering to the fire station, we have a quote that will let us own some of our fiber at a price I've never heard of, but we will get on that. Our internet is coming from UT Austin. We're at 500 meg now. We had to go up because our backups were not finishing. Our backup is in the cloud. We have public internet, which is Spectrum. And of course, we have the telephony. We have AT&T, Ring Central, Verizon, and T-Mobile. For the software, we made a decision to go with Tyler Technologies, and Tyler is the biggest provider in this space that we're in. So we have Munis, which handles our financials, our human resources, our utilities, Intergov, which does licensing, permit planning code. Bluestream is our piece that goes with InterGov to allow us to do plan review. We have ExecuTime, which is time and attendance. We call it EAM, but it's Enterprise Asset Management, and that's work order, and it controls inventory too. And then we have the CSS, which you're all familiar with because that's what didn't work very well in our utility billing endeavor.
So question, so are all of those pieces of the ERP now working?
No, sir.
Okay, which ones are? There's an implication with that big long list that everybody's talking to each other in terms of the connectivity.
No, sir.
But they're not.
And I was going to push that at the end because I wanted you to know what we
Okay,
had,
but if they hit that.
so that you would know that we have the best of the best. Our deficiency is that we didn't implement it all. So just like when we spoke recently about our AV room and we got the crest on, we did one part and we just let the rest go. When you look at Tyler Technologies, if I start with Munis Financials, we implemented financials, but we didn't implement bank recon. You've
What's
heard
recon mean?
bank reconciliation. So now we have a financial team that's trying to reconcile our bank accounts manually, and that's a requirement. When you look at human resources, we didn't implement all of that either. Utilities is a couple of things that we can do a lot better. We are aware of the bill. We will fix that immediately. When it comes to InterGov, 2 years, we have not gone live. ExecuTime, we stopped at a version that we were comfortable with, and now we're in a you have to go situation because we're on a D support. Our Munis also has to go up a version. Well, it's actually 2 versions now. When you look at Enterprise Asset Management, which is work orders, we did not implement that completely. So I'll just use Fleet as an example. Fleet manages everything on a spreadsheet. We have this beautiful system that will allow them to put those assets in, and you can put triggers in to say, it is time for the chief's car to have the oil change by month or by mileage. It will say it's time for an inspection. Right now, we do that manually. We're looking at our building maintenance. We do those work orders via email. So you can just imagine how that works. Our inventory, which is a large dollar amount, because when they're working in streets in various areas, we order, it's brought in, it's put in the warehouse, we have to account for it. We loaded the assets, and that's where we stopped. So when I say not complete, we did just enough, and it's hampering the productivity of public works in this case, and they want more and they need more because they're mobile workers. So we brought the technology, the iPads, we've done all of that, but we didn't implement the system all the way. When you look at MyGov is in the cloud, and that used to be our software of choice. Then we start pulling down from there, and we have data up there that we'll need to bring back, and we will house it some kind of way. I haven't figured that out yet because all of this costs money. And then we have a lot of one-offs. So we did not do an enterprise solution for anything. So if you ask me how many Adobe professionals do I have, I'll say about 19 or 20, because we have no accountability for the systems. We know it when they start complaining. So we don't have portfolio management when it comes to the other systems. Fire, unfortunately, they have some standalone systems that don't stay up. We've had one ticket on one system, I would say, every other day, and it's vendor related, so we have to do something different for them. When we talk about our internet, the reason why the internet is up there is because we have enough bandwidth where we don't have to pay spectrum for public Wi-Fi in our facilities, but we are. So we started, but we didn't complete. when we talk about the people in the budget, is 4 people. They compared us to Cedar Hill, and that's important because Cedar Hill's Tyler implementation is in the cloud. So Tyler is their extra arms to make sure that their servers are working, that their backup is going appropriately, that they have the correct upgrades. We have the same number of people, but we're responsible for all of that. The first person who left was our information tech manager. That was Jesse. He took another career position. Our information specialist, who's our server admin.
Higher salary. You must say why.
Oh, much higher salary. We could not compete. It was 6 figures. We could not compete. Our information technology specialist, who's our server admin, left Friday. More money.
Higher position.
A whole lot more money, and with bigger ITs, there's more mobility and upward. And then our final technology specialist who's running the system now, his last day is Friday. So basically, we've had a turnover of every position in IT.
This was travel related because he's driving from Garland to, it was gas. Gas got him, but he has a new position with another city. And it's a very competitive field, as we all know, and we struggle, and cities have forever struggled to keep technology folks. And we have some good people here, but we still know that, as she's saying right now, these implementations that they've been trying to do, no one's been trained to do this stuff. They've been learning on the go if they could.
So next Monday, we're gonna have an IT office of 1.
2,
2, we hired someone,
Oh, we backfilled
But she's-
1 already.
we got one
we got 1.
who's been here a couple weeks.
So it's as dismal as it sounds, I'm still very optimistic because technology is what I do and it's what I love. The city managers already talked about our budget, salaries, contracts, licensing. If you look at our budget now, our budget has no fluff. All we have in our budget is who we owe. So if you ask me, hey, when can you buy me a laptop? I have no money to buy you a laptop because that's what's in the budget right now. We budgeted who we owe. So we pay maintenance agreements, we pay contracted services. Thank God our city manager is looking at it. And then we have an IT rotation, and the IT rotation, we take 1/4 of what that investment was and we put it back in. So when that investment is ready to sunset, that we can replace it. The only problem is when you started with that 1/4, that investment cost $500. It is now $1,200. So we're already in the negative.
Question may be pretty, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You mentioned Cedar Hill is 100% in the cloud.
Their munis is not cloud, yes, sir.
Is that something we should consider?
We can, the price is, it comes with a large price tag.
But is there an offset between hard and soft savings in terms of what we have to do here internally at the building versus going into the cloud?
Well, we have both, so I'm gonna present a business case to my city manager because we have options of putting it in the cloud where Tyler directs us. And we have the option of outsourcing it, where we have someone that's what they do, the network, because that's also common. And then we have the option of trying to get someone in, training them and wanting them to stay. I can tell you because Tyler is number 1. When we get them in and we train them, it's like with anything else, police, fire. Once they're trained, they're worth more money and off they go.
And so one of the, as she's mentioning, as we're starting to look at those options because we know there's a problem. One of my former staff members was my utility billing. We wanted him to come here. Tyler hired it. Now, we have contacts there. The reality is it's something that's already started. And so a lot of folks are a little leery of jumping in because we started out a self-implementation. I've had conversations with staff members when we talk about the HR module that they were told to figure out how to implement it yourself. So many of our implementations, our staff have tried to make do because we wanted to get it done. They want to please. And we know we didn't have all the money to do it, but we started. I think Mayor and I have had this conversation, and many of you who were here may have known that if you look at when I asked the question, and I knew there was a problem with Munis, is the question that I asked was, how much have we spent? And I'm like, because I started bidding this out. This is a $3 million implementation just for financial management. And when I asked the question of how much we had spent, my answer was $800,000. So I knew something was wrong. And so we bought a car, but it doesn't have air conditioning, power steering wheel, or windows that go up and down. We got a shell. And now we're trying to fill in those pieces. And so that's where the higher cost comes from building it from scratch. But we're going to work in the budget to come up with something. So it's not what I wanted to say. We actually brought someone in before Ms. Gwen came along. And even before Tracy left, we started having these conversations. And the conversations we had as a staff is, tell me what systems you have, tell me what works, what doesn't work, and let's work on fixing what we have. And so we started doing that documentation. And when Mr. Tracy left, we also brought in another company to just go in and give us an assessment to make sure we were stabilized. And so unfortunately, as we started moving through this, we realized that this was a lot. And we didn't want to overwhelm you. That's why we're doing a briefing, and we will do more briefings on this. But we wanted to kind of give you an idea, just like we had to do with finances, where we are, but we do have a plan, and we do feel that it is fixable. It's just going to take time.
Time-wise, we are at 6:58. Got 2 more to
We
go.
can continue this at another time. This is the beginning. Let's call this part A. If council's okay with
You
it,
mind?
we'll bring you back as part
Not
B.
at all.
Okay.
Because this is a lot. Would that be okay to you,
Oh,
Mayor?
Mr. Coos, I'm sorry, you had a question, sir.
Yeah, if we're gonna come back to the question from Wayne.
Yeah, we're gonna need to, because I would think
We do need more time.
we haven't gotten it all. And we've got 2 minutes before we actually sit at 7 o'clock. Okay,
I'll
all right.
schedule part two.
So can we get through the solid waste survey results?
Sure, I can make it quick.
Yes.
I try to anyway. We go to one slide that y'all requested. Mayor, council, my name is David Dunn. I'm the assistant superintendent, assistant utility superintendent. I work with LaShawna Vaughn over here in our solid waste department. LaShawna and myself, we do a lot of the complaints. We try to do our best to accommodate all the residents out here. Joanna Fritz is here with Republic. She does a fantastic job trying to support us, trying to figure out, where the problems are. So it's not perfect all the time, but, we do the best we can. So I was asked, council asked to do the solid waste collection survey. The results, let's go to the background just a little bit. Initial contract was in September 2019. It's through 2026. It is a successive 5-year renewal, can be terminated by the city or Republic. So right now we have trash bags that are less than 35 pounds. That's collected twice a week. Recycle is once a week, and the brush and bulk is twice a month. Currently, we pay $19.41. Well, that's depending on the CPI increase every year. This past year was 3.6. Not sure exactly what it's going to be this year. Hopefully not too high. The winter storm Uri that came up a little bit, everybody was trying to figure out when to put their bags out there. And then they said, hey, we're going to pick them up this day. And I said, oh, no, we're not. We're going to take it back and then put it back out. So I think in that situation, carts might have been okay just to leave them out there, not, have rodents or anything like that. Not that I support carts one bit, but I know, it's a two-way street here. So basically, y'all asked back in July of 21, if we could do a survey. We put that together. Alex did a great job putting the survey together. So we had a soft rollout October the 5th. That would have been National Night Out. And we continued. We had it in English and Spanish. You'll see on the results of what of the questions for the percentages and the number of people that voted for either very dissatisfied up to satisfied. And a lot of those slides are going to be the same. So we're going to have the amount of people and the percentages and who voted for what. As you see, question 1, where do you live? Looks like it's pretty well dispersed throughout the city. There's one out there, I guess they think they don't live in Duncanville, but so that's the lay of the land that it could have been for me. So this was regular garbage service, which is twice a week with bags. Total responses, all of them are about 22,859, which really coincides to our house count with the garbage. It's right about 25% of the house count for our garbage is what we receive results from. So you can see recycling pickup, that graph tells the story right there. Fair to satisfied, I'm thinking fair is still not bad. Let's go to the next slide here. Bulk and brush pickup service. It does decline a little bit. You got maybe 20% not really happy with the bulk and brush, but 80% is basically fair to satisfied. The last 6 months, basically, did you have problems with Republic? 20% yes said yes. There's about 158 pages of comments that different types of results were out there. 80% said no problem. The rate responsive to Republic's call center or their comments, questions that people have, that is also about an 80-20 on the results there. So on average, my household generates how many bags of 13-gallon trash bags, 2.3 bags, 46% looks like the majority. Do you currently recycle? I was real, this is out of who was responded to the survey. 74% of who took that survey, is pretty high number, said they recycle. And here's the big question, drum roll. Would you be interested in using a city provided 96-gallon rolling cart for garbage service and additional smaller cart for recycling? 59% was in favor of carts. 41 were not in favor of carts. If you're currently bag trash is in the alley, would you be willing to move in front of your house and switch to carts? So this was the kicker. Some people said, well, I want carts, but I don't want to move it to the front of the curbside. So you can see the 68% probably just had curbside anyway. So Republic does have, if they were to go to carts, that they would still run the alleys the same. So you wouldn't have to move that to the curbside. Is that right, Joanna?
Yes, there isn't a great number of alleys that we would have to change.
Sure, so it'd be one dedicated route.
It would be one dedicated route that we would service the alleys.
Okay, so we're getting close here. So hopefully we provided the information for you guys. There's a lot of comments. There's about 158 pages of comments. There's you take a look at the numbers. Like I said, it's only 25% of the household that actually responded to the survey. So it's that to be taken into consideration. Y'all can take the next step.
Is it, I mean, 158 pages of comments, is it impossible for us to get those condensed in some form or another?
We can go through those and put them categorized. This is, I miss trash. Some of them are just comments, like, hey, I like waste, my uncle works for waste management, or.
Yeah, because I mean, that's the qualitative side of, when we look at just the numbers, kind of may help to see some explanation.
Sure.
Why they were dissatisfied.
Right. It could be a one-time deal. They said, I don't like them because they didn't pick up my trash one time. Could be, so it's a lot of subjective
Can we send you the
comments.
full file and then we'll also consolidate it for folks who want to see it all, and then we'll work on creating a summary of that information for y'all?
I'd like to see it whatever form we can get, as long as it's electronic.
Oh, it's electronic.
Sure.
We will get
Sure.
that to all
Yeah, but-
council, and then we'll also try to summarize. I'd rather you see raw data so you'll see exactly. So there's none of our edits.
Mr. Contreras had a question.
It's a good survey. I think the right questions were asked, but I got this question. Why did it take a year from the time we were promised a survey to get the survey back to us?
We didn't roll the survey out until October.
It started in July. So there's.
Well,
July,
that was
October.
when y'all requested. And so by the time that we got the questions together, what I recall was then y'all had questions about our questions.
It's my fault. I looked at the survey results. I saw the first results. I knew that there was a lot of contention and concern about the desire for carts and not carts. And I didn't want anyone to say that, well, I didn't know the survey was out there. And so what I asked them to do was leave it open to see if we would get more participation, because I saw it along the way of where it was going. And I wanted council to have every opportunity to get as many people as possible to put information in so that no one can come back and say, well, I didn't know this was happening and I would have filled out the survey if I knew that this was a question being asked. So that's why I extended it and I asked for this to be extended.
Next, that's one
Yes, sir.
question. So if the current contract expires in 2026, are we even in a, does that contract allow us to make any changes?
Well, the CPI comes up every year. That's when the rates can be changed. Usually the CPI is an increase. I haven't seen the CPI that comes out.
I'm talking about the rates of the services, so.
The type
I
of
know,
customers.
but yeah, the rates are tied to the CPI. That's where the Republic as a contractor can come in with the CPI and say, this is what the inflation rate is. Based on the inflation rate, Republic can actually request a change in the rates. So it's a trickle down effect. You know, here's the CPI, here's Republic, this is what we operate on, this is what, and plus the tonnage going into
I think-
the waste.
I think you're asking about the addition of carts and the
Oh, I'm
cost
sorry, it's just about the carts you're talking about.
carts.
Can, could that change even be made?
Yes, that change could be made, yes. It would be a contract amendment that we would do to add that language in there. Let me just let the council know, this is a process. It's not like you would decide today and next week we would start rolling out carts. Arlington is converting to carts and they won't be converted to carts until 2024. Because you think we're gonna convert to carts, we've got to get the automatic side load trucks. We've got to get, and that, as you know, you just heard from your fleet person that parts are hard to get. Your trucks, your vehicles are hard to get. So it's a process. In addition to just the equipment, we would want to do town halls with your citizens and give them an opportunity to ask questions, to bring a cart and let them actually see what it's like, because I get lots of questions about, well, you know, I'm elderly and I can't, you know, handle a cart. And we need to get information. So it's a process that we would have to go through. This isn't just a, you know, a 6 month or an 8 month. It's an 18 to 24 month process to get us to that point where we're ready to put cards in every go.
All right, anything else?
No action on this one tonight.
Strictly information. Secretary, how quick can we go?
I have two options for you. I can wait until executive session. However, on our board and commission meeting on Thursday, I do have the council calendar then on that, and we can just do it then.
We'll do it then.
Okay.
Okay. Timestamp is 7:09.
staff to pull together the entertainment and all of it, as far as our first responders and all the volunteers and our council for being supportive of our team. Our senior center summer bash was held on July 1st, and it was a fun-filled day with lots of activities for our seniors and their families. Several vendors came out, and we had hot dogs, snow cones, and all of the serves. We had over 40 seniors and their families who stopped by throughout the afternoon. As our library staff continues to expand our programming, in addition to our summer reading program, which continues through July 30th, the Duncanville Public Library hosted 38 children's programs in the month of June. These events included story time, puppet shows, crafts, and family movie night. Over 1,800 participants have attended the summer programs. Now, as you see, our Public Works Department has been very busy. The Streets Department completed a number of repairs and improvements this month, including 26 right-of-way location marked, 21 potholes filled on North Main Street and Sanders Drive, 6 asphalt repairs, and 1 brush removal. Our fire department, who provides a number of services to our citizens, has responded to 311 calls for services and 911 calls for services for the past 14 days, which included 201 EMS calls, 18 motor vehicle accidents, 4 grass fires, 4 brush fires, 1 building fire, 1 dumpster fire, 1 fence, and 1 road freight fire. As we say this to you with our excessive heats, it tells you that this is that season and that we have to, based on our National Weather Service, one is make sure that our residents stay hydrated. Also, to remind individuals to check on your neighbors. We have many seniors in our community, and we will continue to monitor the heat. We have not opened a cooling station. However, as we monitor the calls, we will make determinations at that time for locations, but we do ask everyone to check on their neighbors during summer hours. Also, the Dallas County, as of July 4th, we are under an outdoor burn ban due to the high temperatures and drought conditions. Open flame cooking can still be done outdoors during the burn ban, but flames should be completely enclosed in cooking devices. As many of you are aware, our fire department, as well as the DeSoto and Cedar Hill, responded to a very large grass fire. And it was something that really took a lot of resources. And we have to be cautious as it's very dry conditions right now. And that also we recognize that the winds can come and go. Within our Development Services Office, the neighborhood service officers conducted 166 inspections in the past 14 years, including re-inspections, and currently we have over 38 open cases. 6 new single-family residential properties were registered this month, bringing our total number of registered properties in Duncanville, and these are our rental registry program, up to 1,783 properties. Last but certainly not least, 9 new certificate of occupancies were issued this month, including 2 changes of ownership and 7 new occupants, to include a convenience store at 603 East Highway 67, a cosmetic service place at 150 East Highway 67, outpatient counseling at 903 South Main, a life skills program at 207 East Camp Wisdom Road, a wellness business at 1700 South Main, driving instruction clinic at 515 North Cedar Ridge Road, and an office supply store at 1120 South Main Street. Our Economic Development Department, working in conjunction with our Planning Department, continue to seek businesses and opportunities for folks to invest in our city, and look forward to more news to come. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. And it's very encouraging to hear about all the new businesses that are seeking their place in our city to invest in our citizens and for the economic development of our city as well. Moving on to item number 2. Just a little conference. We're looking at a proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month, and wanted to make sure who was going to be receiving that. Our Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Bart Stevenson, is here, but I also see we have several people from our Recreation and Senior Center. We all come up. And presenting the proclamation is Councilmember Karen Cherry.
Come up here, don't be shy, I'll get you. Over here. I'll just jump around, Bart.
Good evening to everyone out here today. So this is a long proclamation, so bear with me. So Office of the Mayor, Duncanville, City of Champions Proclamation. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs are the integral part of community throughout the country, including the City of Duncanville. And whereas Park and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illness such as depression, attention deficit order, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space, popular sports, space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote activity lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of health meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out of school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environment well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of nature disaster and climate change. And whereas our parks and nature recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide space for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designed July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Duncanville recognizes the benefit derived from the park and recreation resources. Now, therefore, Barry L. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2022 as Parks and Recreation Month. So who's going to accept this?
Just real quick, I want to thank the council for recognizing the Parks and Recreation Department. You see me, guys. You guys see me every 2 weeks, but the folks who really deserve the recognition tonight are the folks you see standing up here, and those folks who couldn't make it tonight. I want to take this time to thank them publicly for all that they do. Their work is tremendous, and their commitment to our citizens is unrivaled. So thank you guys for what you do.
Miss Cherry, if y'all could come around so we can get a picture, and I think Miss Cherry had the most whereases ever because that just kept going. So yeah, y'all just get a little bit closer.
I want to take a minute to commend our Parks and Recreation staff for the July 4th fireworks event that we had. It was an amazing event, as usual. And it's kind of rough to say as usual, because when you raise the bar and you keep raising that bar to such a bar of perfection, that's where we're at today with our fireworks. My wife and I had an opportunity to walk around and visit with many people that were there. A lot of families, and I would say somewhere around 40% of the people that we talked to are not from the city of Duncanville. What does that tell us? It tells us that we are an attraction, that people come to the city of Duncanville because of our atmosphere and because we put on a great show. And that great show is directly attributable to our Parks and Recreation staff and all the hard work that goes into that. And if you noticed, if you were there for that particular event, they worked long, hard hours, long after the day was done from what was necessary. So thanks to y'all for that, because it is truly an amazing event. And thanks to our entire city for the fire, for police, for public works. Nobody is uninvolved with what goes on for July 4th event. So thank you to our entire staff, city manager, for orchestrating all of that and putting it together in a very professional way. Okay, moving on to citizens input. Pursuant to section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code, any member of the public has the opportunity to address the city council concerning any matter of public business or any posted agenda item. However, the act prohibits the city council from deliberating any issues not on the public agenda, and such non-agenda issues may be referred to city staff for research and any future action. All persons addressing are subject to council adopted rules and limitations permitted by law. And city council has implemented a restriction of a 2-minute time limit for citizen comments to be made when they come forward. There's an opportunity to do this either by written comment, or I may read, or individuals can come forward and have what they like to say with a 2-minute time limit. City Secretary, do we have any comments that have been submitted by online?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. One bit of housekeeping. There are many comment cards that have been submitted to me for reading, and some of them pertain to the public hearings that we have on the agenda tonight. As is our practice as a city, for citizen comments that are made on particular items that are pertaining to an agenda item where there's a public hearing, I take those public comments and put them with the agenda item, not for the 2-minute time limit that can be expressed right now for reading citizen comments. So I see several comments here for items 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, and 5E, and 5F. So when we get to those particular items on the agenda, I will call forward those individuals for those particular times. Except, yes, let me make sure. Just hold on a second, okay? Just making sure items 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, and 5F are all public hearings on the agenda. So in that respect, when those items come up on the agenda, that's when I will call forward the individuals who wish to speak, who have submitted cards in reference to a specific item agenda for the public hearing itself. So we do have some comments. Individuals would like to speak, and some that I have individuals like me to read their comment. The first one I have, the citizen would like me to read, is from Gilbert Cavello. It's either Cavello or Cavello, I'm not sure. At 703 San Juan Drive, 75116. No cost should be passed on to Duncanville residents if the automated water metering infrastructure is approved, because our water bill, including sewage charges, is already extremely high. The sewer charges are outrageous. The next one being asked to be read is from Patricia Ebert, 115 South Greenstone Lane, 75116. Please have the mayor or as a designate read my public comment. Read Agenda 5J, SwagIT Productions. Why does the city have a job opening for IT Specialist 2, salary range $57,877.55 to $83,922.45 when SwagIT Productions will provide the work and services as per below? 1.1, provider agrees to provide the work and services as set forth in the scope of services. In addition, provider shall provide dedicated customer support service reachable by phone at 214-432-5905 and by email at support@swagit.com, parens, page 351 of 435, close parens. SwagIT can remotely stream audio and video per 3.7. 3.7, reading, camera and broadcast operations. Although provider is responsible for control and supervision of work and services performed under this agreement, the city understands that the operation of the camera and broadcast system can be done remotely. That concludes citizen comments for me to be read. Moving on to those individuals who wish to speak. And the first one is, sure. Got it. AJ Thompson. AJ Thompson. And for the record, please give us your name and your address, sir.
Mayor, Mayor and Council, my name is AJ Thompson. I live at 6109 Walla Avenue in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm here to discuss the item regarding SwagIT. I am the founder of Cloud Driven Solutions and the creator of the AgendaLink software platform. AgendaLink is a modern cloud-based agenda management, live meeting, and broadcast solution at fractions of the cost. It will provide you with digital voting, digital motioning, all automatic on your display. You won't need that anymore. It records all your minutes. So your minutes are available right after the meeting via HTML, PDF, and API. We provide complete automated broadcast through software, not through hardware that is done through a building somewhere else. It is actually completely automated through an algorithm that happens behind the scenes. So it's doing everything for you without you even realizing it. We also work with one of the largest PEG infrastructure providers in the United States. They provide PEG channel capabilities, live streaming, VOD, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV. Streaming is only $2,000 a year, unlimited. And you can either do paid for closed captioning, which is only 15 cents a minute versus something like 50+ cents a minute. But we also work with a manufacturer called Link, which can do up to 30 languages at the same time, live and post, including English to Spanish and Spanish to English. And it's a one-time fee of $70,000 as opposed to what you would keep paying year over year over year. So I would just like you to take the time to see that there are other options out there. And I would be happy to set up a meeting, showcase all these platforms with you, and to just show you that, local companies are out there too.
Thank you, sir. The next individual who'd like to speak is Stan Smith. Please state your name and address for the record, sir. Thank you.
Stan Smith, 115 East Davis Street, Unit D. And Mayor and City Council, it's a pleasure for me to be here tonight. I know what y'all do takes a lot of time, and I appreciate y'all doing that. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the CDEDC, their proposal to help people with various grants and stuff. I'm in favor of that. I think we need to do something. We've got a lot of empty buildings in this town, and perhaps if we made it a little easier to put the sprinkler systems in, even if we don't help them much, if it would help, it would ease that burden, and we could start collecting taxes and maybe sales taxes on some of these buildings. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. The next individual is Gail Slager. And please state your name and address for the record.
Gail Slager, 1405 South Main, Duncanville, Texas. I'm a big supporter of this council. I know how much all of you work at no compensation. I'm very appreciative of that. I'm also got involved in politics in this community because of the way some of our staff had been treated in the past. I have only a couple of little comments. One is we have to do something about our phone system at City Hall. I cannot tell you the number of times I have called. No one answers in those departments. Furthermore, I don't get a call back. I called one department the other day. When finally it was picked up by voicemail, the director of that department left some 6 months ago, and that voicemail is still answering the phone. I find that particularly unforgivable. That is a simple solve. Somebody needs to be paying attention. The next thing I have is I've called City Hall twice about the point of type on our utility bills. When I send out a bill in my company, I wanted to be really, really sure that they understood what they owed me and when I expected it to be paid. We are an aging community in many ways, and that is very difficult to be read. No reason that couldn't be fixed shortly. Second, I've seen no cost of what it took to do a trash survey in this city. I sat through at least 2 town hall meetings in 18 and 19, and I find that our survey came back pretty much the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual is Judy Smithy. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Judy Smithy. My address is 1806 Cedar Hill Road and has been for over 40 years. I've been a voting citizen of Duncanville since 1965. I was 2. I have always been proud to be a resident of the City of Champions. However, current levels of customer service at City Hall leave a lot to be desired. In the past, we have prided ourselves on being a user-friendly city, but current unresponsiveness denies this title. Phone calls to the city should be answered or messages returned in a timely manner. This has not been my experience or several other people I've talked with. I find this difficult to understand. My personal attempts to contact city staff have been very frustrating. I have been surprised and disappointed that very few of my calls have been answered or returned in a timely manner. For businesses few businesses could survive under these circumstances. If we hope to attract businesses to our city, we are not presenting an attractive, business-friendly portrait. My husband Grady served a total of 22 years on the council, and no council that he served on, I do not believe, would have tolerated this lack of response that citizens are facing. We are all due a much better, more timely response. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just making sure that includes our citizens' comment period. Moving on to item number 4 on our agenda is the consent agenda. City Secretary, would you please read the consent agenda items?
Item 4A, consider a resolution authorizing a cooperative purchasing agreement with Caldwell Country Chevrolet through BuyBoard Contract number 601-19 to approve the procurement of 2 pickup trucks and 2 SUVs in a total expenditure amount of $198,500. 4B, consider a resolution authorizing a cooperative purchasing agreement with Mac Ford through Sourcewell Contract number 101520 for fleet parts and repair for Ford vehicles in the expenditure amount of $125,000. 4C, consider a resolution authorizing the cancellation of resolution 2020-001, approving the purchase of an aerial bucket truck cab and chassis from Rockdale Country Ford LLC in the amount of $112,180. Resolution 2020-055, approving the purchase of 1 F-250, 2 F-350s, and 1 F-450 from Sam Pax 5-Star Ford in the amount of $142,534.90. And resolution Resolution 2020-096, approving the purchase of one F-350, one Ford sedan, and one F-450 from Sandpax 5-Star Ford in the amount of $97,092.15. 4D, consider a resolution approving the terms and conditions of design incentive grants by the Duncanville Community and Economic Development Corporation, DCEDC, to Redbird Lanes Bowling Center in the amount of $11,683.60 for a building located at 1,114 South Main Street, Duncanville, Texas, 75137.
Thank you, City Secretary. The Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor, motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Mac Burnett, second by Councilmember Kuntz. Council, please vote. Thank you. Unanimously approved. Moving on to items for individual consideration. For items 5A and 5B, I want to state at the outset that the applicant himself has requested that these items be taken at a later time for continuance. That particular language is, we're going to open, I will open the public hearings, we're going to close the public hearings, and then we'll take those as a motion into continuation. Mr. Hager.
You have to open the public hearing, then take a motion to continue the public hearing. If you close the public hearing, then we have to renotice.
Thank you. So to continue in following the protocol, just to make sure everything is done correctly, Mr. Tennant. Conduct for number 5A, make your presentation, please, and I will then go to the public hearing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mayor Gordon, did you want to?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that advice, City Attorney. So, and we're on item 5A. In accordance with the City Attorney has recommended, I will open the public hearing. The timestamp on the opening, the public hearing is 7:51. And the Chair will now entertain a motion to continue these public hearings for this particular item on the August 16th City Council.
Mayor, I move we continue this meeting.
We have a
This hearing.
motion to approve by Mr. Contreras.
I just had a question.
Go ahead and ask your question, sir.
I just want to point of clarification. So explain to me again why we open the hearing instead of just.
If you close the public hearing and no one speaks at the public hearing and the presentation is considered, then obviously the applicant asked for it to be postponed. We would have to publish another notice of hearing and incur that cost. If we open the public hearing and then move it to a date certain, we avoid that expense of having to re-notify under 2011 of the local government code. We have to publish another notice. So,
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, and that goes to the use of the word continuance as requested by the applicant versus any other thing that we're doing. So we have a motion to approve the continuance of the public hearing by Mr. Contreras. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'd like another little clarification as well, because the city attorney mentioned August 16th and I didn't hear that in the motion. So
I did mention the August 16th continuance.
I didn't hear it in the motion.
Okay. In the motion, we're talking about continuance of this public hearing on item 5A for the August 16th City Council meeting. So we have a motion to.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to approve continuing the public hearing on item 5A to be taken up at the August 16th, 2022 City Council meeting. Motion made by Mr. Gutierrez and seconded by Mr. Mac Burnett. Please vote. Thank you. Unanimously approved. Item 5A, that public hearing will be continued August the 16th. By the same token, item for 5B, the applicant has requested continuance of this item as well. Following the same protocol, we will open the public hearing. The timestamp of the public hearing for this is 7:53. In accordance with what we have just experienced, the Chair will now entertain a motion to continue this public hearing on August 16th of 2022.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we continue this through August 16, 2022.
Motion has been made for continuance of this item for public hearing for item 5B to August 16th of 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Coons. Council, please vote. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. For an understanding, those individuals who have submitted customer comment cards for item 5A and 5B, we are going to retain these cards. And for the August 16th, 2022 City Council meeting, you'll be invited to come and speak on those particular items at that time. So we have those right here, and we'll segregate those to make sure we keep them in the proper place. Thank you. Moving on to item 5C. Conduct a public hearing for consideration and action regarding the request of Yenni Hernandez, applicant and owner, to include a specific use permit SUP for a carport on Candlelight Estates, first installment, Block B, Lot 2, more commonly known as 1342 Acton Avenue, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas. Mr. Tennant.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council. 1342 Acton Street is a variance to include an SUP to allow a carport at the property. It is currently zoned SF Single Family 7 district, and the future land use is a low density residential. Just to kind of give you familiarized with the code and ordinance sections, which is why this has come before you today. Basically, any carport up to 400 square feet or less is built within a city, must be built upon certain materials and must require an SUP as it comes to the city. I'm sorry, can you guys hear me now? Perfect, excuse me. So with that said, there are certain things like the 14 gauge steel, the minimum 3-inch diameter of the cylinder post, and the 26 gauge steel or aluminum. These are the quote unquote requirements that are before any resident or anybody wants to build, any resident, excuse me, in the city of Duncanville. And as I said before, section 3.03 carports are accessory structure made of canvas, aluminum, or similar materials that are combined thereof, and open to 2 or more sides for the shade or shelter of private passenger vehicles. And all these are SUPs within the residential uses from single family to multifamily. Just to kind of familiarize you all with the property and where it's located at. If you look on the northwest section of South Alexandria 67, this property is located on Acton Street. Zooming in, just to kind of give you an aerial of where it's located at, it's on Acton Street between Blanco and Charlotte, right next to a more industrial area along South Alexandria Avenue. And this right here actually illustrates that zoning, as you see, is located in the center of the SF7, right next to an SUP and also the industrial area that's adjacent to the rear. And just to also point out the fact that this was a request that was actually for 754.8. Planning and zoning didn't recommend that because the applicant didn't make a astute argument for that. And the applicant is here to answer those questions for you if it need be. And this is a picture of the plans right here. It's actually better on your screen than my screen. And as we mentioned earlier about the materials, they've agreed to actually put the materials down that are required within the ordinance. And this is just an illustration of such. And to get to the actual responses to this particular request, we mailed out 17 notifications. We received 0 in favor and 0 not in favor. And again, the planning and zoning recommended approval of the request at the dimensions on the June 13th meeting. And this is a proviso for consideration. The carport will not be built with the identified prohibited materials.
Thank you, Mr. Tennant. The way we operate this for our citizens and for council as well, once Mr. Tennant has finished his presentation, we will go into the open hearing or the public hearing portion of this. After the public hearing is closed, then we will open it up to questions and comments from city council members. So with that, we're opening the public hearing on item 5C. The timestamp is 7:58. And in accordance with our protocols for public hearings, 10 minutes are allotted in the aggregate for individuals who wish to speak in favor. And then 10 minutes are allotted in the aggregate for individuals who wish to speak in opposition to the particular item. So with that, any individuals present who wish to speak in favor of this particular item, please come forward. Seeing none, any individual.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yenni Hernandez, 1342 Acton Avenue, Duncanville, Texas, 75137.
You are the applicant.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we just wanted to let you guys know the reason why we're wanting to build the carport is basically just for our children to be able to get some shade during the summer and during rainy days, and also for our pets to have a comfortable place they can be at, and also for our vehicles during rainy days, snowy days, and things like that, just for us to be able to have a place for us to put them. We currently don't have any other structures in our backyard, so it would be very helpful for us to be able to have this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other individuals present who wish to speak in favor? Seeing none, any individuals present who wish to speak in opposition to this? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey and second by Councilmember Mac Burnett. Council, please vote on closing the public hearing on item 5C. Unanimously approved. The public hearing is now closed on item 5C. Mr.
At
Tennant.
8 o'clock, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
We closed at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. 8 o'clock. Mr. Tennant.
I apologize, sir.
That's okay. Question. Can you go to slide 67, please? What
Yes.
I wanted, just in my clarification in my own mind, I'm seeing that there's a structure as a carport that has a roof over it. And there's a portion of the pad itself that it does not have a roof over it. Do I understand this particular schematic correctly?
That's as I understand it as well, yes, sir.
Okay, so the carport that is covered is, as I see it, what, 33.4 feet? And the rest of the pad is 22.9 feet?
22.6.
Okay. So, and the structure as read in terms of the compliance with everything, you have agreed that the structures of the concrete and the rebar and everything else is in compliance with city ordinances.
Well, that will go before our billing official for a final review, but this is what they're this is what they're required to do per the carport requirements.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure what we were looking at here in terms of one pad, one structure used as a carport and uncovered as well.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Contreras, sir.
Okay, first question is for the attorney, if you don't mind, and that's simply, what was approved in the, before the P and Z were of materials that are now established as not legal. So there's been an agreement after the meeting, apparently, to change those materials?
No,
To an
sir.
approve, I didn't see anything in the minutes regarding that.
No, they're actually usually utilizing materials that are required within the ordinance.
Okay, I didn't see that in the minutes.
Hmm.
Okay, so, well, let's go with that then.
Okay.
They've approved those materials. My question then would be to you, but also possibly to the applicant. A 400 square foot carport is normal. That fits a couple of cars underneath it. 900 square foot is pretty unusual. So my question.
754.8, sir.
Oh, that's right.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right. That was corrected during the meeting.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
There's still a large carport. So I'm trying to make sure that there's not some other use. And typically in situations like this, it may be construction related use, maybe somebody that's got a business and has heavier equipment that they have to store. So have we had any issues at that property that would indicate that that could be an issue?
No, sir. I mean, we can ask the applicant whether or not that is something that they're proposing to do, and we can also, I mean, you guys as a body could also recommend prohibitions, excuse me, for what you perceive there to be as well.
Sure, and I don't want to allege that they're doing this, but my experience is that when you have carports this big, that oftentimes there's conducted with, or they're constructed for purposes other than just residential use.
Yes, sir. And in reference to the minutes, if, as I recall correctly from that meeting, there was a intent to ensure that of course, their vehicles were sheltered, excuse me, but also had a little area for their children to also be sheltered and play under the, under that as opposed to being in the sun.
Okay, as long as there's no record of
No.
code issues regarding operating business, such as a construction business out of that house, I'm going to just let that question go then. You've answered it. Next question I have is, since we switched over to materials, typically what he indicated originally at the board meeting was that he showed a design that actually makes this more of an addition than a standalone, because it was fully connected to the roof of the house.
Mhm.
Is that something you considered as opposed to a standalone carport, which it isn't?
Well, they did propose openings as well, so I'll have them come up and actually speak to that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because it's not going to be enclosed per se, but there is a potential, you're right, for it to be enclosed, but initially.
Well,
there are-
no, excuse me for interrupting. It's
Yes.
not that I'm saying it's going to be enclosed, but the design that they show to me is typical of the way the roof pitch is constructed into the existing house roof pitch. It's not uncommon to connect that way, but it is a connection that makes it part of the house structure as opposed to a standalone carport. So I would like some clarification on that.
Okay, if you'd like to have a.
So the side of the carport is just gonna sit on top of the house, so it's not fully attached. It's not gonna be fully attached to the house, but just one portion is gonna sit on the house, and then the rest of the structure will stand on its own.
But at one point, it does rest on the existing roof of the house. It's connected to the existing roof.
On one side, yes, it's
On the
gonna
shingles.
just sit on top of the house.
Okay,
So
thank you.
So it kind of makes sense whenever we're taking out the cars or taking things out from the garage.
Sure.
So it comes,
Sure, I understand.
Mhm.
Okay, I don't want to belabor that, but one more question for Mr. Tennant. Thank you.
Thank you.
That being the case, since it's connected, is that an addition or is it a standalone permit?
Is connected, however, is not enclosed. So there is a carport component there. There are, I know the house I grew up in, we had a carport, not a garage, and it was actually affixed to the roof structure, and it was a carport because it was opening. So there is we don't define carport as detached inside of our ordinance per se. This is going back to the definition. An accessory structure, canvas or aluminum, similar materials, any combination thereof. So it doesn't say detached accessory structure. We don't make that determination within the actual definition. So unfortunately, we can't assume one way or
Okay.
the other in that regard.
Okay, all right, thank you. Last question. Again, being relatively large is, this is going to go through the review process with the building official. Will it require engineered drawings for a structure this large?
That I do not know off the top.
Okay, all right, no further question. Thank you.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Tennant, does this have anything to do with any outside storage as well?
Sorry, sir.
Does it have, will it be outside storage?
I'm having difficulty ascertaining your question. Are you asking whether or not the property owner has? Oh,
Yeah.
No.
You want me to help?
Yeah.
I think the question is no outside storage, because this is open to the street, right?
Mhm.
So it's in the front. So the carport's for the car and
This is
usually
for
the
the-
trash receptacle, not as a place to then store other
Like sofas
stuff.
or anything of that nature. I would imagine not, but again, I would have the applicant to come back to speak to their overall intention of that, to clarify that question for you, sir, if you like.
Or their intention is not necessary as long as the prohibition against any outside storage is
Yeah.
is
And again,
included.
we do have that in our code, exactly.
if we're gonna grant this, then I think it needs to be a condition to the granting of the SUP. So it's clear, because if it
Right.
becomes a storage problem, then I can address this in a zoning case as well as a citation, so. Beg your pardon? My microphone is on. I have a very soft voice.
So Mr. McBurnett, in terms of your concern for that, the motion could also include that the construction is permitted, but there's going to be no outside storage permitted in this particular structure. Okay. And Mr. Contreras, your light is back on. Are you- Okay. Anything else? One thing I would like to make note of, now, city attorney may want to jump in on this. 2 legislative sessions ago in Austin, it was passed by our state legislature that there could be no prohibitions by a city on any building materials. There was some hope in the last legislative session that that would be repealed. It has not been repealed. So as it stands today, by law, no city can effectively mandate what materials can and cannot be used in the
Unless
construction.
they're in the
on a city.
International Building Code, which is what he's recited to you is in the International Building
Right.
Code. So we're fine.
So just want to make sure that everybody understands, when the
can't-
citation on page 63 that's up there right now, in terms of this citation for the exterior finish, so on, so on, so on, so on, cannot, is in accordance with the International Building Codes, and it's not in violation of what the state has passed as legislation of prohibiting any kind of materials being used in the city.
Yeah, when we went through the zoning ordinance, what we did is basically took the materials in the International Building Code and put them in the zoning ordinance.
Got it. Okay. All right. Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Mayor, can I get clarification? Are we adding the addition? Okay.
The
Motion
motion
to
to
approve.
approve would include the conditions that no outside storage except for the motor vehicles and the trash receptacles. The construction will be reviewed by the building official to get a building permit and apply with applicable codes. And that the materials would be used as set forth in the zoning ordinance and the International Building Code, residential.
So move to approve with the
Move to
stated
approve.
conditions.
Sorry.
I second the motion.
Oh, yeah, and there would be no businesses permitted in this particular application on the pad and the carport as well.
No outside storage, means no outside storage.
So we have a motion to approve as read by city attorney by Mr. Kuntz. Is there a second?
You had a second.
I'm sorry. Ms. Cherry. Second. Okay, thank you very much. Council, please vote. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Moving on to item 5D. Item 5D, conduct a public hearing for consideration and action regarding the request of Sharon Hicks, applicant, representing Christina Maybe, owner, to include a specific use permit, SUP, for daycare on Woodhaven replat block 3, lot 11A, ACS 1.61, more commonly known as 206 East Redbird Lane, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas. Again, Mr. Tennant, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Again, this is a variance, a request to allow a daycare at the petition address. The future land use destination is retail zoning and the zoning district is commercial. Defining a childcare facility or daycare, as it is in our ordinance, is an establishment providing care up to 7 or more children for less than 24 hours a day at the location other than the permit holder's home. A state license is required. It also includes similar terms such as a nursery and childcare. In March of 2022, the CZO was amended. Currently, childcare facilities are not permitted within the commercial district. The existing use is non-conforming. Also, look to inform you all that in February of 2007, this SUP was approved under the previous zoning under ordinance 2015. There was a list of provisos that the applicant did adhere to, and they have continued to adhere to. To give you guys an idea of the location, it's located near the intersection of Main Street and Redbird Lane, right at that curved intersection. To give you a better landscape view of the aerial view, excuse me, you see that it's located right here as Main Street turns into Redbird Lane, about a lot away. As you see, that it was an SUP previously at the site. Give you an idea of the site plan. This is a floor plan that fixed for your review. 9 notifications were sent out, and we received 1 response in favor. 1 unfortunately was undeliverable. And on June the 13th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request. And as the minutes will probably state as well, because this was a use that was prohibited, that is now currently prohibited, there were conditions that were placed on here to basically allow for this SUP to not come back as a timed request every 5 years as it was previously, which is one of the actual zoning, which was one of the conditions previously. And it also made sure to ensure that the hours of operation between Monday and Friday, between hours of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And again, it kept the minimal parking spaces at 22 for the size of the building to ensure that there's no expansion to the building or structure. And as I mentioned before, the SUP being granted only to the applicant to ensure that the the use that is currently in a prohibited district is not allowed to continue to remain, but is only limited to the actual property owner, the limited manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tennant. And as we have practiced, we will now open the public hearing. Any questions of Mr. Tennant or the applicant can be after the closing of the public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing on item 5D. Timestamp is 8:16. Any individuals wishing to speak in favor of this item, please come forward. Seeing none, any individuals wishing to speak in opposition to this item, please come forward. Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing on item 5D.
Make a motion to close.
We have a motion to close by Councilmember Mac Burnett and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. Council, please vote on closing the public hearing on item 5D. Thank you. The hearing is closed at 8:17. Mr. Tennant. Reading the packet and understanding what you went through very briefly, this is a renewal of a business going all the way back to 2007. And when we changed the P&Z, playing the zoning, so forth, this just happened to come into play.
Exactly.
So nothing has changed other than we changed. We, the city, changed what would apply to this particular facility as a business. And so now it has to come forward as an SUP.
Yes.
But in terms of it's non-conforming in an SUP, but the business itself has been in operation continually since 2007, as I understand the package.
That's accurate, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understand that correctly. Mr. Mac Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm glad you asked that. Mr. Tennant, do you know the hours of operation for this facility?
As per the previous ordinances that were granted to it since 2007, for now it's at 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And if there was a parent that wasn't able to be there until like 6:15, would that cause a problem?
That referring to the hours of operation, I'm laughing because we've actually had the similar situation internally. There is some leeway. We do require for the hours to be within 6 o'clock to 6, within the hours of operation whenever somebody comes to an SUP, but there are certain things, and actually I think there's another case that's coming up as well today that you'll have this similar question on as well. Also, we do strongly encourage them to be out when they say they're going to be out. Yes, for the hours of operation. But again, there's also cleanup time and things of that nature that one has to allude to. This is usually the quote unquote operation of the business, not someone being on site, but someone actually operating as for a daycare per se.
Mr. City Attorney, is that suitable for what we're trying to do? Or do we need to change the hours?
Yeah, hours of operation. Why don't we say drop off and pickoffs between 6 AM and 6:30? If you're worried about 15 minutes. Because that's all that we would care about, because that's a traffic generator that may affect the surrounding businesses or neighbors. So that's why we have those hours. The fact that there's children inside or in the building, or there may be other activities in the building, really, it's the idea of drop off, pick off, and childcare going on between those hours. It's going to be your traffic generator, so. I'll note that change.
And sometimes life happens.
Right.
And so,
I'm not gonna revoke an SUP just
Right.
because someone got there at 6:00.
right. And that's why, with pickup going as late as 6:30, we understand this life happens and parents will do the very, very best that they can. Okay. Mr. Coons.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any safety issues that come with having a daycare in a commercial? Or I know there's a lot of auto repair shops and body shops and in that general area.
Yes, you're
Any safety issues there?
I mean, as you can tell from the lot itself is, and I'm showing the aerial right now, but also going back to the site plan as well. It's a pretty long lot and is also insulated as well. I mean, granted, the outside of the site, there is commercial there, but this site has been maintained in itself since 2007 with no incident. And going to the fact that we did mail out letters to the adjacent to it. And of course, there's nobody that came to actually speak out against this particular site. So with that under consideration, it's understandable that it won't be that big of a nuisance for the children or safety issue for the children that are there.
They're licensed by the state as well.
Yes.
License that's required. Require them to maintain their licensure. Children have to help.
Is there any kind of buffer? I mean, on the east side, the west side, the south there I mean, like when you look down to the south of it,
There's a
that
fence.
lot's full of cars. I mean, is there any kind of buffer?
There's a
or
fence to the
back-
rear. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Contreras.
I'm familiar with this property, and I also worked with Ms. Hicks when she first went in here. And if you go back to the site plan, they were required by the city and the fire department to make a lot of improvements in there. And over the years, they met that goal. And one of them being that large fire lane turnaround that cost a lot of money, but it was necessary for the fire department. So in working with Ms. Hicks and others and watching the operation as well, because we did a thorough internal inspection on this building, I can tell you from personal experience, when we did those, it was a very well-run daycare center inside. And they do have 6-foot chain link fences on both sides that protect them to some extent from the adjoining businesses. And I could just tell you that the commitment to meet the requirements of the city cost a lot of money, but they did it at that point. And this, just to make a point, this is really predicated on a renewal request. When you answered the mayor's question, I think his question was that this had to do with some zoning changes, which it may very well have.
Yes.
But it
last
was
year.
also, but it's triggered by a request that's required by the SUP, the current SUP, correct?
Yes, sir, that's accurate. It actually changed it. Well, excuse me, the use is no longer permit an SUP
Right.
in the commercial site. It is actually prohibited. And of course, the renewal. So this all tags in together.
Right. And so I think the P and Z did the right decision in seeing through that and understanding this was an existing building, as many of you may be thinking that right now too. But I just want to emphasize that my familiarity with the property and Ms. Hicks' operation of that property. If there's no other comments, I would make a motion to approve.
Yes, a motion to approve and a second. However, I saw Mr. Kuntz, you had a no. Okay.
Mayor, I would assume that would be to continue the same conditions that were in the prior SUP, along with the requirement that they maintain their licensure in good standing with the state.
That's what I said.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So we have that motion made by Mr. Contreras and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. With those augmentations as noted by City Attorney, City Council, please vote. Thank you. Unanimously made and approved. Moving on to item 5E. Conduct a public hearing for consideration and action regarding request of Audra Buckley, a permitted development LLC applicant representing Bruce Vena of SE Funeral Homes of Texas, Inc., owner to include a specific use permit SUP for event center on. Is that a type? Town, Duncan. Is that correct?
Original town,
It's
Original
supposed to be
town.
Original.
original town.
Original
That's how,
town.
that's how it is,
Original.
that's how it is, and unfortunately, the CAD, but yes, it's original town.
Got it. I
Yes.
just want to make sure. For the event center on Original Town, Duncanville, Block 6, Part and Block 7, ACS 1.572, more commonly known as 200 West Center Street, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas. Mr. Tennant, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is a request to allow an event center to be used at the petition address. The FLUM is Downtown District, General Main Street. The zoning district is Downtown District. This, of course, is a banquet or event center, and it's defined, it must actually require an SUP within the general and the core Main Street downtown districts. Henceforth, the reason why it's before you all, for P and Z, is before you all today. Defined, it is a building, facility, room, or portion thereof that is rented, leased, or otherwise made available to any person or group for a private event, function that is not open to the general public, regardless of whether a fee is charged. And this includes, of course, reception facilities and wedding venues. The parking, landscape, lighting, and irrigation plans all meet the requirements within our comprehensive zoning ordinance. To give you an idea of where the site is located at, is right here at the near the intersection of Center and Santa Fe, highlighted in green before you. Give you an aerial. This is how the structure looks currently. There are some proposed renovations associated with it. The applicant will get into further detail when they come up here to speak to you regarding that. Here's a picture of the site as well, just to familiarize yourself with it from the front of the building. And of course, this is the zoning right here to show you the downtown district and the single family neighborhood that is associated to the north of it. 13 millions were sent out. We received 1 in favor, and we received 13 not in favor. And then to explain that to you, we received a number of mailing requests that were not within their 200 buffer, but were people that saw the sign or saw or were informed of the structure happening. Henceforth, that number is the way that it is, but there's no typo there. And of course, this was actually recommended for approval on at the July the 19th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And of course, there are some provisos that are associated with it. There are your notes, and they're also on the board is here as well, such as the no loud or raucous noise between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., no littering and trash left out overnight. The illumination of the lighting must be contained upon the property itself, so as to not have a nuisance to the surrounding neighborhood. And of course, this was one of the few conditions that the applicant actually submitted as well, just to ensure that they were in compliance with the characteristics of the area. The event center banquet hall shall be used as a sole purpose of lease for a rental by others for a privately sponsored event that is not open to the public and does not charge an admission fee for any type of entry into the event or establishment. Examples of privately sponsored events that are allowed to be held at the event center or banquet hall will include, but are not limited to, quinceañeras, weddings, receptions, graduation parties, etc. Community meetings regarding public issues or town halls intended for public are exempt from the provision. All patrons are being required to leave the property no later than 1:15. The operator must provide security personnel in the form of peace officers, private security firms, etc., to assist with all events from the hours of 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. The operator's staff must be on site wherever an event occurs. A member of staff must serve to dispense alcohol beverages under the TABC rules. And that's it for the actual ordinances, basically for the conditions that were before the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Tennant. I have several comments here pertaining to this particular item. If audience will give me just a moment, please. What I'm making sure of is that the written comments that have been given to me to read are either for or against. And all of the written comments that I have are opposed. And so I will read those when we get to that particular portion of the public hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing on item 5E. Timestamp is going to be 8:29. As I've stated in the past, what we do is we give 10 minutes in the aggregate to all individuals who wish to speak in favor and 10 minutes in the aggregate to all individuals who wish to speak in opposition to this particular item. So are there any individuals present who wish to speak in favor of this item? Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Audra Buckley, 1414 Bellevue Street, Suite 150, Dallas, Texas, 75215. Here representing the existing property owner and the prospective buyer who will also be the operator of this event space. So the previous use here was a funeral home that operated here for decades. It's been vacant for quite some time. Here is the proposed site plan that we are looking at doing here. You'll notice that we have to completely reconfigure the site. We're going to be adding a lot of landscape, a lot of lighting, parking in the back that doesn't exist now. And the building's going to be 10,837 square feet or so. We do meet the parking requirement and we are overparked by 10 spaces. We will be planting several trees, as you can see here. So we have several live oaks, eastern redbuds, et cetera, and a few hundred shrubs, some ground cover and some decomposed granite. The operator, the prospective operator, has been in business for 12 years. They currently own and operate 2 other event spaces, and they would like to have the 3rd one here. These are primarily family events. The events normally take place on Saturday evenings. That's where 90% of the business comes from. Customers can rent the hall and choose to use all the services that the operator would provide, or they can provide their own. However, anything pertaining to alcoholic beverages has to be served by a person of the operator staff so that they can maintain civility and make sure nobody's been overserved. And then, of course, there are different times of the days where he has tours of the property. So taking you back to where we are up against the railroad, and here's what it looks like now. And this is what the front will look like when it's completed. And the right side, of course, is going to look a lot like this left side. So one of the things that we wanted to point out is, Jeremy went over the conditions that we offered up. Some of the things that we heard from the opposition during P&Z was, we're worried about noise coming out into the neighborhood. We're worried about alcoholic beverages. We're worried about security. So we think we have addressed that with those conditions that staff went over with you. We have the primary entrance to the rear, which makes the most sense considering that's where the parking lot is. So the parking along West Center Street would be for staff and for ADA patrons. The front facade, we're going to keep it as it looks because it makes it nice and pretty along Center Street. But that will be for ADA patrons and for deliveries only. The patrons will be coming in through the back. So that will help cut out a lot of this noise. Having security there in the form of peace officers, private security firms, that is his standard MO at his other two centers. So when we get to the question and answer portion, if you have questions for the operator, he is here. And this will be an owner operator scenario, not a tenant scenario. So just wanted to add that there. So thank you.
Thank you. Any individuals present who wish to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, individuals who wish to speak in opposition, I have some cards and I will read. Tell you what, in order to it gets a little confusing in terms of when I have written comments and I have individuals present who wish to speak and how that works into the 10-minute aggregated time. I'm going to obviate that 10 minutes, so give me time to read these comments and then we'll add on the time for the individuals present who wish to speak. Okay, so let me read the comments first. And I have noted, reading through these very quickly, every one of the comments that I have to be read are in opposition. To whom it may concern, my name is Lisa Hartman. I live at 727 North Horn Street, Duncanville, Texas, 75116. I would like you to read my comment at the meeting. I am against the David Clayton Funeral Home land being turned into an event center. I believe it would be too loud for that neighborhood so close by. Also, they are known for being trashy, and we already have too much trash being thrown around our neighborhoods. Thank you for considering the citizens of Duncanville who live nearby. Sincerely, Lisa Hartman. Second comment, please have the mayor read my comment. My name is Chris Gutierrez, and I am pastor of Arise Church located at 201 West Center Street, directly across from the proposed event center location. We also own the property at 202 Center Street as well. I am opposed to the idea of an event center near our property and the residential homes in our area. I am concerned with the size of the crowds and the possible noise issues that will be a problem for many of the residents in that area. I also have a concern for our property safety. Due to the large crowds, we know that vehicles will be parking on our property, which will cause an increase in litter and possible loitering. Because alcohol will be present at most events, there's a risk of possible property damage as well. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concern and opposition. Chris Gutierrez. Next comment. I would like the mayor to read my comment. My name is Charles Lee. I live at 104 Walnut Street, Duncanville, Texas. I want to state that I am opposed to the BYOB event center planned for the funeral home across from Center and Walnut Street. I feel the center will bring greater traffic through my neighborhood and possibly more crime to the area. Please accept this text stating my opposition to the plan. This item is from Julie Lee at 802 Del Lenora Drive, number 9. Mrs. Julie Lee, she says. I'm writing to let you know that I oppose the new venue that is wanting to be here in the city of Duncanville. It'll bring nothing but troubles, like in increased drunk driving, louder noise, and unfit behavior, not to mention more trash because this city doesn't have enough trash cans around the city. And those that are in places are not easy access by a pedestrian like the one at the corner of Duncanville Road and Camp Wisdom. You would have to get out of your car to dump any trash, and it's in a spot that pedestrians don't walk where they would get hit. I also think that this should continue to be a family-friendly community, which doesn't include sinful acts of establishments and such goings on. Please have the mayor read my comment out loud. Next item is from Denise Wynn. I live at 247 Marybrook Trail, Duncanville, Texas, 75116. Please have the mayor read my comments. I've lived in Duncanville since 1976, except for about 6 years during and right after college. I raised my kids here and I plan to live here for the foreseeable future. I'm very interested in having current and new thriving businesses succeed here and would prefer to do most of my shopping here in Duncanville rather than letting Cedar Hill, Dallas, Grand Prairie, etc. get my sales tax dollars. That said, I am strongly opposed to the property at 200 West Center Street, formerly David Clayton and Sons Funeral Home, becoming an event center. The property is literally a stone's throw from several houses and directly across the street from a church. I don't think the added traffic, noise, and probable trash from an event center will add value to the neighborhood. Center Street is already a racetrack. An event center at that location will only increase the number of people speeding on Center to get to and from parties, reunions, showers, weddings, etc. I think the noise from an event center, music, sound system, people, etc., would detract from the quiet life I now enjoy in my neighborhood. More people, especially in party or event situations, means more trash. People on the whole are already too careless with trash, tossing it out of their cars as if the world is their trash can. An event center will likely increase the amount of trash strewn about in the area. None of these things add value to the neighborhood. Please don't let that property become an event center. Thank you for your consideration. Next item is from Benjamin Bain, 102 Walnut Street, Duncanville, Texas, 75116. Please have mayor read my comment. I do not believe that an establishment with late night operating hours should be in close proximity to a residential area. To approve an event center in a neighborhood has complete disregard for the citizens that actually live here. There is a reason that we have event centers zoned for the commercial district and not in areas where there are neighborhoods. These facilities are a disturbance to the peacefulness of neighborhoods. Regardless of how well a place is insulated, sound will spill out into the neighborhood. People will congregate in the parking areas and become a disturbance late at night. I witnessed this at an event at the applicant's current facility on Saturday, July 16th. People were congregating on the stairwells and around the front door. The music, along with the people outside, could easily be heard at a much farther distance than where my home is currently located relative to the proposed event center. For these reasons, I ask that this be denied. Ask yourself, if this was directly across the street from your home, would you approve this? Next item is from Marilyn Johnson, 247 Marybrook Trail, Duncanville, Texas, 75116. Please have the mayor read my comments. I have lived in Duncanville since 1976. I am opposed to the former David Clayton and Sons funeral home property becoming an event center. The added traffic, noise, and trash from an event center will not add value to the surrounding neighborhoods. Quite the opposite, an event center right there will likely have a negative effect on those neighborhoods, including where I now live. An event center there will increase the number of people speeding on Center Street. The noise from an event center will detract from the quiet life in my neighborhood. More people means more trash. An event center will increase the amount of trash in our beautiful city. None of these things add value to the neighborhood. Please don't let that property become an event center. Thank you for your consideration. Next item is from Alicia Smith, 245 Marybrook Trail. Please do not put an event center there, too close to my home. We don't have enough police as it is, and this would be a lot of trouble. They had these type places in several cities, and there was fights, drugs, shootings. Then the parents never showed up to pick up the kids. These times right now is not good. Thanks. Next item is from Austin Bain, 102 Walnut Street, Duncanville, Texas. Please have Mayor Gordon read my comment. I am not in favor of the party facility proposed for 200 West Center. I live directly across from what is proposed. Being 22 years old and having attended a lot of the various types of parties that take place at these event centers, I am adamantly opposed to one that operates as a BYOB facility. I am not opposed to alcohol consumption altogether. However, from my experience attending such events, BYOB facilities are not positive for the city and definitely not positive for the surrounding neighborhoods. People consume large amounts of alcohol at these events, especially when it is BYOB. Even with a licensed server for BYOB, underage people have relatively easy access to alcohol. The applicant has a record of police calls to his current facility. When people drink too much, there's an increase in altercations. I believe that our police have enough issues to deal with currently. We do not need to add to their workload by approving this facility. We should be looking to add things to the community that are truly family friendly, and what is proposed is not it. That concludes the written comments from citizens on this particular item 5E. I'll now go to, I have two written comments here. One is indicated in opposition, the other is not. Based on what I'm seeing here, I am going to make a presumption that Misty Bain may be in opposition. Misty Bain, please. And we're starting the 10-minute clock right now.
Misty Bain, 102 Walnut Street. I'm opposed to this event center. My home is immediately across the street from where it will be located, and we will be most affected by what is proposed. My child's bedroom is a little over 200 feet from the front door of this proposed event center. With large crowds coming and going, noise will spill out and become a disturbance to my family and other neighbors in the neighborhood. The applicant previously suggested that double doors will prevent noise escaping. I visited the applicant's event hall with double doors on July 16th. There were people congregating outside his facility. The noise from the people and the bass from the music could be easily heard from a great distance, which was much farther than where our house is currently located to their doors or even their back doors. The hours of operation will be well past our noise ordinance of 10 p.m. BYOV facilities have increased volumes of alcohol consumption, and that alone lends itself to more issues. The Planning and Zoning Commission questioned the applicant relative to his policy on allowing weapons at the meeting. He said that he did not allow weapons. When asked how he would prevent it, he said that they have signage, and we went to his facility today and took pictures of the doors, and they don't have any signage that says that they prevent weapons. Having a BYOB facility where the majority attending are underage is not appropriate and can be difficult to manage. Even with the best practices in place, kids still manage to gain access to alcohol at these events. For these reasons, I'm opposed to a BYOB facility, and I ask that it be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. The next individual who submitted a card is Nancy Gutierrez. Okay, noted in opposition. Any other individuals present who wish to speak in opposition? Seeing none, take a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I'll
on
make
this
the motion to
particular item
close the public
5E.
hearing.
I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. Mr. McBurnett, second, please. Second by Councilmember Vera Cruz. Please vote on closing public hearing on item 5E. Thank you. The public hearing on item 5E is closed. Timestamp 8:45. Mr. Tennant. Time now comes for city council members to ask any other questions of Mr. Tennant or make any other comments. Mr. Contreras.
Excuse me, I just took a call drop, so bear with me. Mine are a combination, probably questions and comments. So I'm going to take a few minutes. Is there anybody that wants to go ahead with a question?
Well, by our own rules of procedures, you have 10 minutes. That's all you have.
Okay. In the P&Z minutes, it indicated, and this is for Mr. Tennant, that the answer to what the occupancy was that it was about 200. I've run into this issue before. We've been discussing event centers, and I find it a little disturbing that someone along the line doesn't know exactly what the occupancy is, just for the sake of how many people can be there legally. But secondly, how you determine the required parking without that number. So has that number been established since the meeting?
The occupancy is illustrated by or defined by the fire marshal. The parking is basically defined on or based upon the square footage of the building. We don't do the number of people for the parking spaces. We do the square footage of the structure.
Okay. Actually, the determination of occupancy is in the building code and determined by the building official. He can work in conjunction with the fire marshal, but that's where we need to get an answer from on that situation. Also in here in the P&Z recommended conditions, it states that there must not be any loud and raucous noise outside the building or the property between the hours of 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Now, our ordinance on loud and raucous noise doesn't have a reference to time. It simply states, so when you read this, the way it's written in here as a condition, one would assume at this location that you could perform loud and raucous noise before these hours or after these hours. So I've got a problem with that as well, that we're actually condoning loud and raucous noise by these conditions. Next, my experience with event centers in Duncanville have been, well, the owners maybe have good intentions in the operation of a facility. They've got to fill that space to make money. And so sooner or later, somebody comes along on a slow month that may not be as carefully scrutinized because money talks at that point. Again, this isn't a statement about the individual. but this is what my experience has been, is that they end up renting to people that they wouldn't otherwise rent to when times are slow. And that creates some problems because that could end up with having people in attendance that are not going to be fair to our citizens. We've got 16 letters of opposition. That's pretty high. And you made mention that a number of those were not within the mail out district. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that it doesn't lessen the value of their opposition just because they weren't in within the 200-foot zone of mail outs. It's across the street from a church, which concerns me. Impact on residential property values. And then lastly, I've stated this before, that I can never support an event center or something that of that magnitude of people gathering this close to a residential neighborhood. That's why they were placed in commercial areas legally. So when we go outside of that, we're imposing a negative effect onto a neighborhood just with the sound, the noise, the lights. When the doors are open and everybody's leaving, can generate that. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, when they come pouring out, there's going to be 5 or 10 minutes of major disruption in a neighborhood at 1 o'clock in the morning. So having said all that, those are my opinions, but I stand by opposing any event center this close to a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cherry.
Yeah, hey, Mr. Tennant, I just wanted some clarity.
Uh,
I think it
move your
was,
mic down.
I think it was slide 89. I was trying to see, because it looked like it said it was zoned as downtown, that area.
Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean that it's commercial, it's residential, or just the zone is downtown? I'm not clear on what.
Understandable. So downtown zoning is within itself zoning. So there are uses that are allowed in the downtown zoning that are basically to encourage walkability, to encourage retail, things of that nature, to make it a more attractive place. So the zoning is in itself downtown. And in this case right here, to be more specific, it's GMS, which is General Main Street, because it's a little bit off of Main Street,
No,
right there. in
and I
that
did
corner.
see the
Yes.
property. And also, I'm hearing BYOB and then controlled alcohol. So is it a mix that we're saying, or, because I'm hearing some BYOB
Yes.
and then controlled alcohol?
I guess I could have the applicant to actually refer back to that, but based upon the presentation they provided to you all and the planning and zoning, it's not a BYOB. They're going to actually have, as from their words, not mine, that they're going to have a entity to come in and actually
Just have
provide
control.
alcohol to the entities, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Buckley, I want to thank you for doing a presentation tonight as well. I'm pretty much in agreement with Mr. Contreras on some of his opinions and stuff, and I cannot support this. So, Mayor, I want to go ahead, and we make motions that are positive motions, but I'm going to make the motion to approve, but I'm going to vote against this.
I'll accept that, except I wanted to make a comment myself. So we do have a motion. I have to take a second on that motion, and I guess I will make my comments subsequent to the acceptance of that motion. So we have a motion to accept by Councilmember McBurnett. We have a second to that motion by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. Before taking that vote, I would like to make my own comments on this. And essentially, I am opposed to this event center because of its particular location. I'm very well acquainted where it is, and I'm well acquainted with the neighborhoods surrounding it and with those individuals that live in those neighborhoods. And I think, as Mr. Contreras said, there is a very, very strong voice of our citizens, regardless of their proximity to this location, in terms of having this event center in our city. And despite the proximity of the 200-foot rule that we have, those voices need to be heard, as we as a council have done. So I as well understand the desire to have this business in our city at some other location, it would probably be okay. But in terms of this current location being proposed in the proximity, number one, to right across the street from a church, and number two, right across the street from a residential neighborhood. And it's one of our older neighborhoods as well. It's like an iconic neighborhood that we have in the city of Duncanville. I cannot support this. I just wanted to make that comment before we go ahead and take the vote. Mr. Harvey, did you have a subsequent comment? Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say, I know that we have difficulty sometimes in voting in these situations. So I'm just going to urge the council, before you vote, look down, because we've been voting yes for the most part all night. But before we do this vote, look down and no is to the left. And so make sure that you turn your finger to the left. You've been turning it right mostly all night, but turn it to the left. And then that will get us the outcome that we are looking for. Thank you.
We seem to have to go through that every time we have something like this. So there is a motion to approve. So City Council, the motion to approve is on the floor. Council, please vote to approve or reject. Unanimously rejected, disapproved. To the applicant and the owner, thank you for coming to us, though. You may have an opportunity somewhere else in our city with a different location. Thank you for your concern for our city. Moving on to item number 5F, conduct a public hearing for consideration and action regarding the request of Stephen Landtroop, applicant and owner, to include a specific use permit, SUP, for short-term rental on Green Hills, 4th installment, 3rd section, block 9, lot 12, more commonly known as 1315 Heather Glen Street, Duncanville, Dallas County, Texas. Mr. Tennant.
Thank you, sir. This is a request to allow a short-term rental at the petition address. The future land use map is low density residential. The zoning district is SF 13, single family residential district. Per the codes of the short-term rental standards, an SUP must be obtained in order for a short-term rental to be allowed in a particular area. Just to define, a residential unit offered to rental to guests for residential purposes for a period up to 1 to 30 nights. Examples include, but are not limited to, Airbnb, HomeAway, and other brokers. Such rentals may include a shared room, a single room, or the entire dwelling unit between the homeowner and the tenant. These are items of what a short-term rental is not. It is not a long-term rental. That is defined as a single-family dwelling of two-family townhouse or a portion thereof that is rented or offer rent for longer than 30 days as a residence to a non-family member. A boarding house is defined as a temporary or permanent residence that provides housing for up to 4 unrelated people. Such use is not licensed by the state. And a bed and breakfast is defined as a generally small owner-operated business providing primary financial support of the owner. Usually the owner lives on the premises and the building's primary usage is for a business. Such in advertisements, appropriate taxes, and post signs. Breakfast is the only meal served and only to overnight guests. The inn may also host events such as weddings, small business meetings, and such of that nature. And rooms range from 4 to 20, and reservations must be made directly with the property. Give you an idea where this particular petition site is located at. It's located right there on Helen Glen, north of Daniel Dale Road, or off of Greenstone Lane. This is an aerial of the property. It's tucked in a nice little thicket of shrubbery and trees. And the zoning itself is SF13, as mentioned earlier, and you see that it's encompassed by the SF13 north of Daniel Dale Road. Just to give you a site plan of the property itself, Here you go right here. Some more, the floor plan. Give you an idea, there have been 9 notifications sent. We received no responses in favor or against. And on June the 13th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request. The conditions granted, these are some that you've seen previously, just a repetition. I won't go to the nature of repeating due to time, but they're the same 4 that we've had previously.
Okay. Subsequent to that, Mr. Tennant's presentation, we will open the public hearing. Going to open the public hearing on item 5F. Timestamp is 8:59. As we have always done in the past, there's 10 minutes in the aggregate for individuals to speak in favor and 10 minutes in the aggregate for individuals who wish to speak in opposition. So I have some cards here. The first individual, now it's not, the other cards that I have do indicate support or opposition, so I know when to call on these individuals, except for this individual, Cindy Croney. In favor or opposition? Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Croney. I live at 1306 Heather Glen, Duncanville, Texas. Good evening, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen of the council, for letting me speak. I've lived on this street for 22 years and 13 years across the street from Steve Lantrop. He advised the 7 neighbors that live in the cul-de-sac of his intention to have an Airbnb, basically. And we never found a problem with that. There is never an issue with parking. Somehow or another, he vets his people very well that rent his home. And I want you to take into consideration that that is his home and he is there all the time. It's not like he has a weekend party house or anything like that. And it's been very instrumental because he's had a number of gentlemen coming to Duncanville who actually work in Duncanville on short-term jobs, and he provides them a place to stay. And that also builds our tax base. Steve has never been an issue. His yard is impeccable. He is very helpful in our neighborhood, and he has never had a party of any kind or any noise of any kind coming out of his home. We have no issue with it. Like I said, I live directly across the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next individual I have is Stuart Carlson. Indicating that you wish to speak in favor.
I've known Steve for a very long time.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Stuart Carlson, 822 Sherrill Boulevard, Duncanville, actually. We've known Steve a very... Is that better? We've known Steve a very long time, and nobody can hear me. How is it nobody can hear me? Excuse me. Let me come down to your level. We've known Steve a very long time. We introduced him to Airbnb. Airbnb is a very good way for people to, thank you. Great way for people to make extra money. It's also a great way to meet new people and bring people to this city. And Steve has done a lot of hosting, and we're really proud of the business he has.
Thank you. Next card I have is from Ruth Carlson. How are we doing on time, City Secretary? State your name and address, please.
I'm Ruth Carlson. I live at 822 Sherrill Boulevard, Duncanville. And as my husband said, we've known Steve a long time. We go to church with him. And he's just a great gentleman and a helper at our church as well as in his neighborhood. I have never heard anything negative from anybody about his Airbnb. And he is really serving the community by giving people a place to stay in a very comfortable place and a nice neighborhood who need to work in the area. And I totally support this, his Airbnb.
Thank you. Next individual is James Wilkins. Sorry. You're in support. Okay, fine. And the final is the applicant himself, Mr. Steve Lantroop. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Steve Lantroop, 1315 Heather Glen Street, Duncanville. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everybody and your time. I've been hosting Airbnb guests since 2019. And I can't tell that anybody has ever been bothered by it whatsoever. Our lots in Green Hills are so large that no one ever has to park on the street. My cars are in the rear facing garage, can't be seen from the front. Some of my neighbors park, some vehicles in their driveways, which can be seen from the street. But since I only host one guest or couple at a time, you might be able to see a single car in my circular driveway out front when I have a guest. Some neighbors on my street have multiple generations households with 5, 6, 7 people living in a single house. No problem with that. But I am just myself and up to 2 Airbnb guests, one person or a couple at a time. So I just have significantly less people in my house than most. And Airbnb collects and sends occupancy taxes to the state controller's office, who then sends it to Duncanville. My guests shop and dine in Duncanville. Absolutely no parties are allowed. My Airbnb listing title is Peace and Tranquility on an Acre. My Airbnb guests are not allowed to have guests of their own without permission, and I only allow it if they're here to see family or 1 or 2 family members want to stop by for a quiet and short visit. Please understand that my Airbnb guests and I are much quieter than many of my neighbors, and that's really all I wanted to focus on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
Motion to close the public hearing by Councilmember Mac Burnett, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. Please vote on closing the public hearing. Thank you. The public hearing is closed. The timestamp is 9:07. Thank you. I have a question for the applicant himself.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can we go back to chart 119? So looking at this, Mr. Lantroop, the portion of your home that is used for short-term rental, is there any way we can depict that quite easily off of this particular drawing?
Yes, it's the far left lower front-facing bedroom on the corner of the house. And there's a bathroom right next to it, also on the front of the house.
Where it shows the bedroom, the bath, and the laundry room?
That's correct.
Okay.
That bedroom and bathroom is the only room that is available on Airbnb or anything.
Okay.
That's all
And do you ever rent on a short-term basis without your being present in the home?
No, I won't even leave to see my grandkids in Austin if I have a guest. No.
So we can surmise that at no point in time is any short-term rental there where the individuals, you are not present yourself.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from council? Mr. Contreras.
Maybe we've been here somewhere, maybe I skipped over, but do you ever have guests or have you had in the past who's here that have stayed longer than 30 days.
Yes, I had two.
Do you now understand that? So you got 30 days?
I didn't have any idea there was a 30-day demarcation of any kind on short-term rentals or any kind of rentals in my home. They were all through Airbnb and they just happened to need to stay longer, but yeah, I didn't, but now I do know. Yeah.
Do you know from the P&Z hearing or from my statements right
No, I've been to, with the Carlsons involved, I've been to two P and Zs and one other council member, so I'm not sure when I learned it, but it came up and I caught it.
now? What I'm seeing here, and I'm glad to say is that. Turn it on. Okay. What I'm seeing here, and I'm glad we have the opportunity to say it, because as we struggle with many of the cases that have come before us, many of which had made it successfully through P and Z, we've had to stick to the letter of the law in assessing the individual homes that are being requested to be used as Airbnbs. And unfortunately, for most of those, they haven't really fit the mold. Okay, so hopefully we can work through some of those in the future. But in the meantime,
You'll have to help me with fitting the mold. I'm not sure what that means.
well, I won't stick with yours for right now. I'm sorry, I drifted
Okay.
off, but
Okay.
one, you live here. And so that's a big plus for the public and for us, I believe. I'll speak for myself, for me, because that is kind of a built-in safety valve for the tenants not doing things they shouldn't be doing and disrupting the neighborhood. Number two, you've limited this to 1 or 2 guests. So rent by the room, 1 or 2 guests, not more than 30 days. And then I don't see any letters of opposition. Jeremy, is that the case? There were no letters? Okay, all right. So all these things lead to be one of the few that we've had before us that are simple in that they meet all the criteria and the expectations of the department, the P&Z, and now through us. So this one's an easy one for me. Not that the others are not things I want to try to work through in the future, but right now this is one that I think is a good example of a short-term rental that meets our intent in our ordinance. So I'm going to be in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harvey.
And if no other council member has a question about this particular item, I would like to move for approval.
We have a motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Harvey. We have a second by Councilmember Contreras. Before we take the vote, as we've done in the past, it came up pretty quick. So are there any other further discussion? Yes, sir.
There were conditions that were added to that. I assume the motion to approve was with the conditions, correct?
You're absolutely right, Counselor. Every condition that you pointed out.
So we have a motion to approve and we have a second on this particular motion for item 5S. Council, please vote. Unanimously approved.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I think what's important to note for all of our citizens is that each individual case by case that comes before us for short-term rental is examined for its own unique specificity. And in this particular case, as Councilmember Contreras did state, and I think you just got a unanimous vote, that each case stands on its own merit. We do not group together every short-term rental and say it's not going to be permitted in our city. Just wanted to make that comment. Mr. Harvey, did you want to say something, sir?
Yes, sir. And just to follow up, I think it's important if one is considering a B&B to talk to your neighbors and let them and be transparent and let them know what's going on. And then in the meantime, be conscientious and diligent in your management of the property. And I would say that's a pretty good example to follow. I think Mr. Stephen is a good roadmap to follow for anyone that's interested in doing an Airbnb in Duncanville. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to item G, election of Mayor Pro Tem for 2022-2023. I want to read the policy itself. This comes out of our package that each of our council members have been provided because I think it provides the background for individuals present and might be watching this at some later point in time. The city charter, section 2.05 states the council shall elect from among the council persons a mayor pro tempore who shall act as mayor during the absence or disability of the mayor, per the council rules of procedure adopted June 3, 2014. The mayor pro tem shall be elected by a majority vote of the council members present at the first regular meeting of the city council following the swearing in of newly elected council members from the May general election, paragraph A9. And in that particular case, we did have a runoff. That was in June 18th. So this particular date factor comes into play. This is the first city council meeting that we have subsequent to the runoff of June the 18th. I'm sorry. Yeah, June the 18th. To make sure we're at, yeah, okay. The mayor pro tem shall be elected for a one-year term, shall serve until replaced by the mayor pro tem election. The council member currently serving as mayor pro tem shall not be eligible to serve consecutive terms, paragraph A10. So the individual who is desiring to serve as mayor pro tem has to have a willingness to commit time necessary to serve in the case of the absence of the mayor. He or she will preside over city council members in the absence of the city mayor. And for special projects, the mayor pro tem shall have demonstrable leadership abilities and a good working relationship with fellow council members and the city staff. Council member must have served a minimum of 1 year on the subject council before being eligible to serve as mayor pro tem. Council members should resist outside lobbying efforts by citizens on behalf of a particular council position. And in the final analysis, more than one council member may meet the criteria to serve as mayor pro tem. A council member's vote should be cast for the one member he or she feels can best serve the city as mayor pro tem for the coming year. Since only one person will be elected mayor pro tem, the remaining council members should not consider the vote for another member as a lack of confidence in their ability or disrespect to the citizens of the district that they represent. So with that background and explanation coming from our rules in the city, I will open the floor for nominations for the mayor pro tem position for 2022-2023. Mr. Harvey.
And so I just want to say to the council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve as mayor pro tem. I didn't have many opportunities, so I think I did okay under the circumstances. So with that, I would like to nominate Joe Veracruz of District 1 to be mayor pro tem.
Thank you. Nomination for Mr. Veracruz and Mr. Coons.
I'd like to nominate Greg Contreras for mayor pro tem.
Nomination for Mr. Contreras. Anyone else? Okay, so what we need to do is we have two individuals that have been nominated in accordance with our rules of procedure. The mayor pro tem position would go to the majority vote. So what we'll now call for is a vote for Mr. Veracruz. And
Well,
count those.
You might expedite this if Mr. Veracruz was green and Mr. Contreras was red, you only have to vote once.
That'll fix it. Okay.
Mayor,
Make-
if I may, I appreciate the nomination, but I think as a standing practice with this council and councils before, that the selection, first and foremost, should go to someone with tenure. And since Mr. Veracruz has been on this council longer than I have, I would respectfully bow out as a nominee. I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness of your nomination, but I would like to remove my name from that.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras, and that will be duly noted in the record that Mr. Contreras is voluntarily withdrawing from consideration for nomination for mayor pro tem. So that leaves us with Mr. Joe Veracruz nominated, and we still need to vote on this. So we'll still go green
Green for him because he would still need 4 votes. If he
Right.
did not receive 4 votes, then we would have to nominate someone else.
Right. See, so there is still a majority vote necessary of the 4, 4 out of 7 have to be green on this particular vote. Council, please vote. Mr. Veracruz, my condolences. Congratulations, sir. Now, your job, Mr. Veracruz, is to help me remember that you're Mayor Pro Tem. Because every time it switches, I keep going back to whoever had it before, and that it's always a reminder. So that's on your shoulders, sir, to help me remember. And I'm sure that this gentleman right here will help me remember as well. So thank you very much and congratulations, sir. Moving on to item 5H. Appoint city council members to serve on the audit committee and discuss and consider private citizens' appointment to the audit committee, as well as designated chairperson for the committee. Council members, if you noted in your packet, there are 3 council members on the audit committee. We have 1 vacancy as a result of that.
Mayor. No, I have a PowerPoint if you want me to. Next slide, please. Okay, our audit committee serves for the Duncanville City Council, is chartered to assist the city council in fulfilling its financial and compliance oversight responsibilities. It is to be the city council's principal agent in ensuring the independence of the city's annual financial audit, the integrity of city management, and the adequacy of financial disclosures to the public. The audit committee serves as the focal point for communication between the city council, the independent auditor, and city management. Our audit committee's primary duties are to advise the city council and management on the selection of the independent auditor, serve as the independent and objective party to monitor the city's financial compliance reporting process and internal control, review and appraise the audit efforts of the city's independent auditor. In accordance with Resolution 2015-111714, the audit committee shall be appointed at the first regular city council meeting in June, is comprised of 3 or more members as determined by city council. 3 of those members shall be appointed by the city council from among its own members. Additionally, 2 members may be appointed who are not members of the city council or the city staff in order to ensure that the committee has the needed understanding of governmental finance, accounting, and auditing. Next slide, please. Our audit committee members were not appointed in June due to the runoff election held on June 18th. During the past year, our city council members that served on the audit committee were our chair, council member Patrick Harvey, former council member Mark D. Cooks, council member Veracruz, and our private citizens were James Talley, a CPA, and Stephen Rutherford, CPA, and former city council member. Go back. Our audit committee member, James Talley, he has indicated another year that he would like to serve on the audit committee. However, when I reached out to Mr. Rutherford, he did not wish to serve another year.
So in essence, city council, what we have is we need to nominate 3 individuals from the city council to serve on the audit committee and 2 individuals outside the city council to serve on the audit committee as well. And understanding that let's just, do we have any, I'll put it this way, do we have any nominations from the council for the council member positions on the audit committee?
I have one.
Mr. Veracruz?
Yes, sir. Nominate Councilmember Mac Burnett.
Mr. Mac Burnett, do you accept the nomination? I'm going to go that way. Okay, another nomination. Any volunteers?
Mayor, I'd like to reappoint Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey, do you accept the nomination?
Yeah.
Okay. That's 2. We still need a 3rd.
I'd like to nominate Karen Cherry.
She has not served on the council long enough.
Then I'd like to volunteer.
Mr. Kuntz? Mr. City Attorney, the easiest way to go about this is we have 3 individuals who have accepted nominations. Can we vote on those 3 individuals at one time?
Yeah, we'll try that, assuming that all 3 agree on all 3.
So rather than going each individual, which would take a lot of time, so let's understand what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose to accept a motion that Mr. McBurnett, Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Kuntz be appointed to the audit committee as representatives of Duncanville City Council on the audit committee.
Mayor, I'd like to wait and make one more suggestion. If Mr. Harvey continues to chair.
Let's do this first. Let's do one piece at a time. I understand. Well, yeah, let's get them elected first, then figure out where we're going from that. Okay. So council, if you agree with the appointments of Councilmember McBurnett, Councilmember Harvey, and Councilmember Coates to be appointed to the audit committee, please vote. We have unanimous affirmation for Councilmember McBurnett, Councilmember Harvey, and Councilmember Coates. Is there a motion for chairperson of the audit committee?
Motion to make Mr. Harvey chairperson.
Second.
We have a motion for Mr. Harvey to be chairperson, a second by Mr. Kuntz. Council, please vote on chairperson, Mr. Harvey, for the audit committee. Unanimously approved, Mr. Harvey being appointed as the chairperson for the audit committee. Any individuals? Now we still have Mr. Talley. Mr. Talley is a CPA who has desired to continue to serve. I will ask if there's anybody that wishes to make that appointment formal.
I'd like to make that motion.
I'd second it.
Okay, Mr. Talley. Are there any other individuals that are known to be interested and willing to serve from the citizenry?
I have received 0 applications.
Several applications.
0.
Oh, I'm sorry, 0 applications.
Yeah, 0.
0. Then most likely, I think that we would leave this second position vacant and seek someone that would volunteer for that at another point in time. The audit committee can still operate because they would have 4 members present, which would
Correct.
constitute proper quorum. So with
Correct.
that, I will accept a motion to appoint Mr. Talley to continue to serve on the audit committee. And associated with that motion would be that the second position would remain vacant until a volunteer can be found and appointed. Sorry? There's a possibility that city manager has informed me that there may be someone in the audience who wishes to serve. Is that correct?
Really? Come on, jazz hands, do it.
So, no. Okay, fine. All right, so here we are. We are voting to appoint Mr. Talley and to have 1 vacancy on the audit committee until that individual is appointed. Please vote. Thank you. Unanimously approved for Mr. Talley, and with 1 vacancy, we will seek to fill that vacancy at a later time. Moving on to item 5I, request city council reviews and approve a reimbursement resolution. The fire station and other projects funded by 2019 bond proceeds have insufficient bond funds to complete the projects. Managing Director of Fiscal Services, Atmore. Ms. Atmore, the item is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here before you tonight to ask you to review and consider a reimbursement resolution. If you would recall the last work session, we talked about some of the funding shortages for the fire station that we issued bonds for back in 2019. With that, when we talked about that the last work session, we talked about the maximum guaranteed price that you went ahead and accepted a resolution in order to accept that guaranteed maximum price for that fire station. Since then, we looked at the budgeted funds for this project, and there was $6 million when we had this total project. In December of 2020, the actual estimate for the project was $6.8 million. So you can see the difference has escalated from that time that we had the budget for the project, we actually issued the bonds, and now December 2020. And even now current in May of 22, the project's even further escalated due to the supply chain and the things that are happening out there. Is the total price is escalated to 9.3 million. So that leaves us a shortage of about 3.3 million for this project. And so as we discussed in the last work session, you asked me to come back with options for how we would fund the shortages for mostly the fire station. The other projects we would discuss later, but basically we were talking about the shortages on the fire station. And if you also look at the projects, the estimated cost, you can see that we added in, we wanted you to know how much we are spending additionally for furniture and IT and other ancillaries for that actual fire station. And that came up to 1.5 million. A lot of those things were being done through the city, through other city departments, but they still add up cost-wise for the city. So with that, the options that we have been presented and what we're asking you to do tonight is consider the reimbursement resolution, which you asked us to bring back to you. Is that from the last meeting, we considered the roof savings that we had $800,000 that we were going to apply to this project. We also talked about fund balance. And when we looked at fund balance, our audited available balance at the end of 2021 was over 15 million. Out of that 15 million, what basically based on the fiscal year 22's budget, the excess reserve that we have available, because when we meet, after we meet our reserve requirement, would be 6.5 million. That's 6,547,212. Okay, so that is one option on how we fund the shortages on the project. We also talked about certificates of obligations, which these are bonds. We issued these certificates in the tune. What we talked about, the scenario that we talked about was actually borrowing $2.875 million, okay? And that would add up to a total principal and interest amount of 4.5. That is if it's at the interest rate of 4.20. And we looked at the interest rates being between 4.2 and 4.57, depending on when we will go out for the market. So those are the two scenarios that we kind of looked at last time we were in work session, okay? And then we looked at tax anticipation notes. Those for a shorter time period. Basically 7 years is the maximum that you could borrow the amount of funds that you needed. And we talked about a scenario where we would borrow approximately $3 million, $3,075,000. And so there were two options. We were looking at the market rate plus adding on 0.50% to that, or 50 basis points. So that basically, all of these rates depend on when we go out in the market, what the market is bearing, and also the length of the note, okay? So those are what the options we talked about last work session in trying to fund the shortages. And these are just, I just brought back some of the examples from the last presentation these are the tax notes and the proposal and what those payments would look like for each of the years. And also for the COs. The COs are a longer period of time. Remember, those are 20 years out. So that means that our actual payment, if we would go this route, would be less and spread out over time. So the council has requested that you approve June 22nd, the GMP price, the guaranteed maximum price that went to Core Construction Services of Texas for the fire station project. And so we're committed, what the reimbursement resolution does, really it says that we're committed to cover any excess amount by general fund dollars with the commitment to reimburse the general fund if shortage of the bond or note, if we decide to fund the shortage with bonds or notes. Okay, so what we're reviewing and approving tonight is a reimbursement resolution up to a maximum of 4 million. I think it's 4.75 million in case, this is in case we decide to go out and issue bonds or issue notes in order to help fund the shortages on the project. And this is what you asked me to bring back to you, to council, as a way of putting that in place so that we do have options, but we can go ahead and commit to doing the fire station with the reimbursement resolution in place until we finalize what we really actually want to do and how we want to fund it. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm confused.
Yes, sir.
Reading what we have in our packet. Go back to 144. And go back to 141.
141?
Yes, okay. So what you've just explained quite well is we understood that there was going to be the possibility of using the fund balances as shown here in the scenario on the left here. The resolution that we have before us in our packet describes something different than what I'm seeing and understanding in terms of what we need to be doing, because it starts out, it says, Duncanville, the issuer intends to issue debt. If we are going to use our existing fund balance as a reimbursement in order to make up the $3.361908 million deficit for the project itself, I do not understand why the resolution before us, 2022-060, starts out by saying that we intend to issue debt. Why does it say it that way?
This is an intent, not an actual issuance of debt. That means that we have options in order for us to put into place a firm way to fund the project, total funding for the fire station. We still have to have a way that that we've committed to fund it. And this is one way where we're saying that if we don't go the route of using fund balance, then we will be able to issue debt. Right now, what this does, the reimbursement resolution basically says that we're funding the difference with fund balance.
He wrote the resolution, so why don't we let him explain that?
We have someone from Fulbright and Jaworski here, Kristen,
even better.
who will kind of explain to you what reimbursement resolutions do and how they work.
Yeah, because I'm reading even the paragraph 1, the whereas and the therefore, in my mind, is running contrary to what we intend to do. We'd have the money, we have it as a fund balance. We have been given some certainty as a council by Ms. Atmore that fund balance is going to be able to cover the $3.3 million deficit or shortfall that we have on the fire station. But somehow or another, if that fails to happen, then there's this intent to issue debt. I just really don't like the wording of this because it kind of ties us to the issuance of debt when runs contrary to what the understanding of what we want to do is pay as you go using fund balance. So help us or help me. Maybe everybody else gets it. I don't get it. I just don't really like the wording of this resolution as it stands because of the intent to issue debt. And it does not cover the intent to cover it as we do with the fund balance.
I think this is a city manager question versus a bond council. What
Okay.
we are presenting to you is the fact that we have not made a decision to use fund balance. That was not voted on at the last meeting. We were asked to give options. Now, while we deliberate on what we do, because based on what she's showing you, if we use fund balance, we currently utilize fund balance for one-time projects. We will completely deplete our fund balance and have no fund balance for the other projects. And so what we are buying ourselves some time to think through if we want to issue debt, and it only guarantees the fact that if you issue debt, that we have the ability to reimburse the fund balance if that decision happens at some time.
Thank you. I get that. Does what the city manager just articulated fall in line with the verbiage in the resolution? To me, it doesn't.
Mayor, members of the council, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Kristen Savon again with Norton Rose Fulbright. So this resolution is solely for federal tax law purposes. So we have a tax attorney that is specialized in this, and this is our boilerplate language. I understand your point in the first, it says you intend to issue debt. I'm assuming we could change that to may issue debt, but really what this is focused on, I mean, I'm not the tax partner to be able to really confirm that, but I understand your point where it says intend to issue debt, but this is solely As you mentioned, it's not authorizing debt or obligates the council to issue debt. It's just a tool in place. So should you issue the debt, you have declared your intent to reimburse from monies on hand that you're using before you would close on the debt series so that you can reimburse it. Without a reimbursement resolution, you would not be able to issue tax exempt obligations and use the proceeds of that debt to reimburse. So I understand your point in the first whereas clause. It seems to be almost committing you to issue debt.
Right.
That's definitely not the intent. This reimbursement resolution will just not be used if you do not issue debt in the future, and it doesn't bind you to issue debt. So I
I'd
don't
feel,
know if that's
well, your
clarified.
suggestion to eliminate the word intend and put in may in there, I feel was better. Yeah, Mr. City Attorney.
It says specifically that this resolution shall constitute a declaration of official intent under the regulation being Treasury Regulation 1.1520. So that all this does is if debt's issued, if you can now use those debt proceeds to reimburse yourself without an adverse federal income tax problem to the people that buy those bonds. That's all this does.
Would you object to changing in the first whereas the intends to may?
Whereas doesn't mean anything. It's only after the word be it resolved that means anything. Whereas is just your rationale for issuing. So if it said, whereas we were doing these things, and then it said, be it resolved, we're doing these things, that's totally different. The
Okay, I'm-
whereas clause is just a recital. It's only what's after the words be it resolved that matter.
I'm going to cede to Mr. Harvey. I'm still thinking on this. Mr. Harvey, do you have comments, please?
Well, let me just speak to my experience as a practical matter. In my experience, what this allows us to do is to continue with the construction of the fire station, utilizing general fund, excess fund balance. It's going to take time to sell debt. And while we're going through that period of selling debt, we can keep the project going. And if we decide to sell debt, and then once the debt is sold, then proceeds of the debt can reimburse the general fund for its fronting the construction money during the time period in which we were going through the process of selling debt. That's just the mechanics of it.
Okay. It does, yeah, I understand the mechanics. I understand exactly where we're going and what we need to do. The issue is, personally, I got to put my name on this thing. I got to sign this. And I understand what our city attorney is telling us. And, city attorneys give counsel. I received that counsel and understand the counsel, but I don't believe that just because nothing counts except the therefore, that I can go along with that word intends in the whereas, because I still think that for me putting my name on this thing, I'm more comfortable by saying that may issue debt instead of intending to issue debt.
Well, the statute says intends. Says notice of intent to issue debt. Doesn't say notice of may issue debt. So I don't know about Fulbright and Jaworski, but I trust them because they know what they're doing. They've been bond lawyers for a long time. The other part of that, Mayor, is that's your intent. It doesn't mean you have to issue the debt. So when you issue the notice of intent, you've taken the first step. This is under that intended, the notice of intent, we intend to reimburse ourselves from that notice. That's all this does. I do believe you're reading more into it than you need to, based on the language.
Well, that's my DNA and I don't apologize for it.
Well, this is my DNA and I don't
Yeah, I get
apologize
it.
for it.
That's fine. That's fine. So my digging deep and going underground subterranean on this one is just my issue. And if the rest of the council doesn't have a problem with it, hey, I'm okay with it too. We've gotten our counsel, we got our advice.
So I'll give you one more note.
What? Oh, one more time. Go
Yes.
ahead.
One more note, Mayor and Council. We have not signed a contract, and we cannot issue a contract until we agree to do how we're going to fund it. So my city attorney cannot. So we run the risk of losing our guaranteed price because this has taken us a little time.
Okay. Mr. Hart.
And maybe we should be considering, and I agree with the city manager, maybe we should be deciding exactly which mechanism by which we're going to fund the shortfall. Is it going to come from all fund balance? Is it going to come from all debt, or is it going to come partly from this and partly from that? And so,
But based on the resolution as written, the resolution as written with the therefore gives us those options at some particular point in time to exercise those options as we see fit without designating them tonight.
Patrick, you're sitting there shaking your head because you don't think there are options as a finance guy. So it's just that you have options if you file all or part, but whatever part, because we don't have to issue all the debt to remember what Jason told you. We may only issue, you've got the shortfall number, but you could determine that you only want to issue half or a quarter or 3/4. That's your point. But if we issue whatever we do have, we're going to reimburse that reserve fund from that debt issuance, whether it's $1 or $4,750,000. That's all this is.
if that's your intention, if you just want to take the general fund balance, a chunk out of it and say, put it in a fire station, then you don't have to reimburse anything. However, I would caution and just reiterate what the city manager said, that there are other projects out there that's going to require this very same thing. So and when we get through all of the projects, if we go fund balance, we'll run out of fund balance before we run out of projects to fund.
Correct. But this was to give us security to issue the notice to proceed, which we can't do without this resolution, so that we've got a mechanism to protect that fund balance.
And that was one of the reasons why we put up there what the excess reserve is. Because if we take a chunk out of that, that's 50% of our reserve.
Right.
So we don't have much room if something comes up this year or next year. So it's just from a finance perfection and running an operation, you do have to look at that. And that's what my role is, to caution you with that.
So I'm going to acquiesce to the understanding of what council is advised, that what we have in terms of the language of this resolution is a jump off point. And at some point in time, as we need to examine the issuance of debt, we have the opportunity to do so. But we're not compelled or obligated to issue debt based on the language in this resolution.
Correct.
So I'm getting that and understanding it. And I can understand that. Mr. Coons.
Thank you, Mayor. I think people have been touching on this. I just want to make sure I'm clear about as far as the consequences or alternative if we don't approve this tonight. I just want to hear that one more time.
City Manager.
So basically, we moved with this process called a contract manager at risk, and that gives us a guaranteed maximum price. It doesn't tell you the total, what it's going to be, but it sits us in at a fixed cost. If we do not agree, we are already starting to have difficult conversations. That price could exceed more than it has. And so when we first started, if you go back the 3 slides, when we first received our initial guaranteed maximum quote, it was at a $6.8 million. Based on not doing it at that date, it moved to 9.3. And so it could go up, it could also go down. Now, the good news in this is that the guaranteed maximum is maximum. If the economy changed, which not right now, people are seeing this can go down. But as of right now, we have missed the deadline on signing the contract for our guaranteed price we voted on the 22nd. And so it could very well turn into that 9.3 could become 10.3. And then we're in a different conversation.
So essentially, we as a council are obligated to go ahead and approve this resolution as it is, so we can go ahead and put the CMAR on itself. Chair will accept a motion to approve.
So move.
A motion to approve, Mr. Mac Burnett, second by Mr. Harvey. Please vote. Unanimously approved. And thanks for putting up with my questions and digging deeper than maybe I had to, but I'm more comfortable now than I was earlier. Oh, Item J. We're not even done yet, folks. Item J. Consider a resolution approving the award of public meetings, broadcasting, social media live streaming, and non-indexed video services, SwagIT Productions LLC. Ms. Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We bring this back to you again. We have taken in consideration the items that were asked of us as far as the translation and the replacement to make sure that we can stream our systems appropriately. The little history, our system is old. We started fixing it and we did not complete it. So we do have some new equipment that will be utilized. So that equipment is not gone. That equipment will sit over there and we will be utilizing the equipment that we've already invested in. But we will be looking to bring in SwagIT, who are sister cities. DeSoto uses SwagIT as well as Lancaster to stream our meetings. They use the latest trends. It'll be hands off except for the Zoom meetings. Our city secretary will be taking care of the sound and those things that are on the dais. So we're pretty comfortable. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a critical position right now with the turnover of staff. So we're looking at, we don't have anyone to run the meetings. We've talked to SwagIT in detail, and what they are proposing to us, if approved, we will be able to stream for the next regularly scheduled council meeting in August. The translation will follow thereafter on the 16th. These are the neighboring implementations that are currently in place from the cities near us, and they have a great tradition with cities. So we want to point that out, that when we looked at solutions, there are other solutions, but we're looking for a turnkey that takes minimal intervention by us at this point in time. So we have an upfront cost, and the original proposal we submitted to you was slightly lower. We added the translation in there, so that one-time cost that you see that has risen is because of that. And then we have optional years. So we will have August, September has been negotiated. So those fees only include the one-time cost. And then we have the annual fee that will not go up anymore of the $75,780. And we have some optional years if we want to continue. So highlighting again that cost, we get 50 meetings. It will be captioned. It will be in English and Spanish. We wanted to bring out the staff costs again, as we said before in the briefing. When a meeting occurs, it is actually 3 IT people here. If you look behind that wall right now, there are 2 people in there, and I'm also here. Any questions? SwagIT is here to answer any questions that you may have as far as the funding. We have finance here to talk about the funding, where we will have the money to pay for this.
So question, going back to chart 150. The total 5-year procurement is $443,000 in terms
If
of
we
our
choose to do the
expenditure.
5 years, yes, sir.
Right, for that potential. you have specifically noted SwagIT. We've seen SwagIT. We understand what they offer. And in one of the things you just mentioned was they offer turnkey.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other firms, to your knowledge, that offer a competitive rate and still offer what SwagIT does?
The research that I have done, because I'm coming to you from another municipality, we used another system, but it wasn't turnkey. It was someone remotely working with us, because the Granicus is a leader in this space also, and they have a lot of cities. And what they provide is an agenda software. It's a little bit more cumbersome for the city secretary because it's all managed from that console. IT is still involved because we're involved with the encoder, the streaming device, and we're there managing it. This particular system doesn't require much from us except for the Zoom when we do not have people in the meeting and we have a requirement. So I looked at the leaders that we had we had more time without the turnover, we would have brought as many as we could in and determine how we could do it. But with the turnover, we don't have the staff. So the next meeting that's scheduled for August 2nd, we have a new employee who have been here a week and a half who would be responsible for running that meeting. And we have some concerns. We have concerns because it's not well documented. So I will tell you that the technology we have is not well documented. I hate to keep going back to the terrible meeting that we had, but it turns out it was something that needed to be reset, but nobody knew that at the time. So we're between a rock and a hard place. We have a portfolio of equipment that we know nothing about, and we have 2 staff members remaining in IT effective Friday at 4:30.
I guess my concern is that we have become aware of a firm that has used the term the cost could be fractionalized in terms of what we're looking at from SwagIT. And would those fractional costs be to our advantage to examine before awarding this contract to SwagIT? Understanding the contingency of the priority on people, that we just simply don't have them. Would it be significantly to the city's detriment to examine another 1 or 2 firms to make sure that this is the right way to go for potential $440,000 for a 5-year contract? City manager, if you have a comment, please.
As a former assistant IT director, I don't take chances on things I don't know. We have too many things that are broken in the city that we've got to fix, that she pointed out earlier today. And I need something that I know is proven, that I don't have to worry about her trying to prove. And I understand we will have a number of contracts out there, but I've made the mistake before of trying to build something from scratch that I don't know. I can't risk that as a staff person. And I can't risk that to you. Of as much as I would love to experiment, I need something that we can go to look at right now and say does work, and it has worked around us.
Well, there is the statement made by SwagIT, Natasha, I believe her name was, that they are deployed at 175 locations at this time. No, they don't, no, yep. Just going by what I remember, you don't have to say anything. Okay.
500.
I heard 175 deployments. Okay, so Mr. Coons.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions, but I did want to, just to be clear, as far as your response to the mayor's question, is that we haven't considered any other services or options.
We did consider, when we initially went into this, after we were doing an assessment, let me step back. Since I've gotten here, I have been trying to assess our portfolio and where are we as far as our technology infrastructure. At the end of 3 months, I noted that we have a lot of things that we started and not completed. So having said that, and my city manager, as well as it was for the people in the meeting, when we first brought up that we needed to do this, I put on the table Granicus because they're a leader. When I put that on the table, I had no idea that other cities were going to be wooing our employees, and since we have a small staff, so that put us in a position that we cannot recover from. Because while we're talking only about broadcasting, I have to be very clear, our systems are not implemented. So we have to make a decision on what are we going to use our resources for. Right now, my concentration is to get that $3 million Tyler investment back on track, as well as our $483,000 investment that we put in VDI on track. So we have a lot of things going on, and this is something that the two of us will not be able to do with
Short
the
answer
amount
is
of
yes,
work.
we considered two.
You
We
consider
considered the
two.
two top ones that are in the field, yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
and also this is TIP's contract too, so it's been bid.
Yes.
And the other gentleman that spoke tonight, I don't, even if you wanted to check that price, it's not bid. There's no RFP, there's no RFQ.
Yeah, I noticed this is TIPS contract number 200-101. in terms
Which
of its
means that the price has been
awarded.
vetted for you through TIPS.
Right.
Yes. So my understanding is that fully staffed, we have 4 IT personnel when we're fully staffed based on what we saw in the
Currently,
meeting.
we have 4. Actually, when I got here, we had 3. We added 1 additional staff technician within the last year. And we had our director who left earlier this year, and then the 3 staff members who are now leaving. So we will have a complete turnover in it. IT director moved and got a job closer to where he wanted to be. Our assistant or our manager, who was our interim, received a job with another city, a considerable job. And then our last 2 individuals have also. It is an area that when I talk about priorities, and even with our last director, a couple of things that we do need to look at is how do we invest in skill sets, including project management expertise. So it is a very small group that supports how many employees? 320 employees and systems all over. And so at any point in time, including council and staff and citizen request, these 4 people are addressing this. Our number 2, who has started with us, which we haven't had an opportunity to introduce, Ms. Sonia, was one of the individuals who also competed to be our CIO, and she was the number 2 in line. And so we were fortunate to be able to bring in the top 2 candidates who interviewed for our chief information officer. But it does not help when you have things that happen on a daily basis, including discussions about changing of the software. So we do need to look at that team. And that's what I've asked her to do, is to tell me so that I can tell you as council, what does the ideal technology staff look like for us, or what things we can do differently to include outsourcing services that we just do not have the staff or capacity to handle.
Mr. Contreras. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not finished, Ms.
So I
Cook?
do have a question, and by the way, I don't know how much time I'm allowed, but I'm not spending a lot of time talking. I'm getting a lot of time responding yet. So do we intend at any point to, I mean, we do plan to attempt to restaff our IT department, right? So what
We're
happens at that?
advertising now.
What happens at
This
that?
is actually, that's outside the bounds of what we're discussing, Mr. Coontz.
Okay, so my question is, what happens when we do? We're going to continue to use the system, correct?
Oh, yes.
And-
We have people who are technicians who have been performing this. They are not a video technician. They are a network technician. And so this is not in any form or fashion their expertise.
I have other questions, but I'll allow someone else to talk.
Mr. Contreras.
How long before we would, if we went in this direction with SwagIT, how long before they would be up and running?
We would be ready for the August 2nd meeting. The captioning would be ready on the August 16th meeting.
And as a follow-up, on one of these screens, you showed a number of surrounding cities that SwagIT was providing services to. Okay, and these are all local, similar size to us. You know, I just think it is one of those things, I agree with the city manager, that we're Time is of the essence right now. I think to the extent that we could, we've kind of vetted to get to this point with SwagIT. And I don't think it's so much a gamble as much as they've done their homework. We've heard the presentations. It fits us. So I'm in agreement that I think that time is of the essence. We need to move on. Thank you.
Going back to you, Mr. Kuntz, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So in regards to how we're funding it, so with the PEG fund, can we get just more information about that fund and how it can be used and where it comes from?
Yes, I had planned on giving you some more detailed information about the PEG channels, and they're called Public Educational and Governmental Access Channels, okay? And that's where the term PEG comes from, because there are specific channels that we are allowed to access in order to broadcast what we are streaming through governmental entities. So, but there are some specific details that I have researched that I need to put in a format and a presentation that I can give to council. I am not ready to present that tonight to give to you so that, you can ask questions on that. But I think what I have put together, when I put it together and give it to you, you'll be able to understand how this all works. But we do have Fund 215 is set aside when I give the presentation tonight on the financial report. You will see it as a separate fund under their special revenue fund groups. Okay, and that's where you see the fund starts out with 0, and it was we transferred the revenue in it from a place where it was in a whole nother fund, and it's kind of buried in with other stuff. So yes, it was a transfer out to this fund in order to show you exactly what that fund is for, and also to be in compliance with the guidance on how we display those funds and show how we spend those funds.
And how much is currently in that PEG fund?
Right now it's 82,000, yeah, I think it's 82 or $85,000 that's in that fund right now. And remember, this part of franchise fees is called a like kind franchise fee portion of the cable franchise fee. And so that will be coming in on a quarterly basis. So that comes in every quarter. So even when I get to after the fiscal year, September 30th, because it lags. So anything that they collected up to September 30th, I won't get until November. And so you'll see that PEG, those funds coming back into the fund even in November.
And I
Okay,
mean,
so we got a few more months.
How much typically comes into that fund quarterly?
I've seen, I'm just telling because there's a lot of details that go into, because it was when we did have to do the research on that fund, but it looks like it's about $30,000 probably a quarter. Okay.
And that would be sufficient to cover the annual cost of the contract?
It's sufficient to cover the capital costs for the PEG.
How many quarters?
4 quarters.
30,000 a quarter,
Yes.
120,000 a year?
Yes.
You said it's sufficient to cover the capital costs?
Yes.
And my understanding of again, the reason why I was asking about the PEG fund, because I know that there's some legal restrictions on how that's used. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Let your attorney talk about it.
Attorney.
It's legal.
Obviously, we're streaming the city council meetings and other meetings of boards and commissions right within the bullseye of the PEG fund. It's governmental information outgoing. So all of our meetings, all the P&Z meetings, any other meetings of boards and commissions, those funds are being used to promote that streaming, so it's appropriate.
I guess my understanding is that they were limited to capital expenditures, and so we're using them to pay for the service as well. And if that's.
Yeah, because we are not investing in the capital, we're investing in having the service do that for us.
And the information I'll bring back to you, because there's some other cities like Fort Worth and Austin have also done some audit of the PEG fund and also done a lot of research on how they use the funds. And so you'll get to see some information on how they actually came out and what they can use those funds for, because you can, capital as defined by how we define capital is not kind of in the same ballpark as the legal capital. Okay,
Capital
it's-
costs for these purposes is a little bit different than hardware, which are normally infrastructure and those kinds of things.
right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mac Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Uh, Okay, so I guess the thing I want to be certain is what exactly are we getting? Because I want to make sure from SwagIT too, as well as, or because the question came up, are we getting everything we're supposed to get? We're at the high end on this thing. Yeah. Yeah, please. Right. And so maybe that is the question, what are we not getting?
Thank you, council and mayor. We are going to be coming in, providing and replacing all of your cameras, the broadcast solution, all your streaming equipment. We're going to be providing the captioning equipment, all of the features that I showed you guys earlier with regard to streaming live, recording, archiving, captioning in English and Spanish live. So real-time captioning as well as on-demand captioning, taking the captions, going to cable broadcast as well, which is going back to those PEG funds. I think it's important to highlight utilizing those PEG funds for broadcasting to cable is essential, and with the captions as well. Also, in addition to that, you are getting a complete hands-free solution. You're getting an extension to your staff. So essentially, you have all of our employees that are supporting the solution, watching the live stream, making sure that the solution is working appropriately and properly, and if not, coming on site and making sure that equipment is running the way it's supposed to.
And is there additional cost for that?
No, that's included in the service. In addition to that, because it's going through the hardware, and this is really important, a lot of people can claim we don't even need hardware. We can do it all in the cloud. And essentially what we look at is reliability, and you need physical hardware. If you were to lose internet connectivity, you have no meeting, right? With our solution, we are recording on 3 different devices. So you have redundancy built into the system in addition in those events that we were to lose connectivity, which is very unlikely today. But if it does happen, you know that your content is available.
Is the system we getting better than these other ones that we have on the neighborhoods?
They're awful. Ours is, no, I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. I'm just trying to add some humor to this. I know this is, some intense questions, but I believe I've been with the company for 12 years and we have a 99.5 client retention rate. So I definitely believe that we have one of the best solutions in the marketplace. Are there other competing products? I have never personally seen one that can do the hands-free remote operation the way that we do. There are some companies that offer a camera system that is based on mic control or based on voice recognition, and those have not been successful products. Our clients have left those solutions to come to our solution with a human involved, directing the meetings.
I think our takeaway from this is that we as a council need to make a decision, and with the understanding that staff has categorically exercised extreme due diligence in the decision to go with SwagIT. And understanding all the parameters, all the contingencies, the time pressures, the personnel issues, the costs involved, that if city manager, on behalf of the entire staff, can give us as a council assurance that categorically extreme due diligence has been exercised in the definition and the presentation to us, that SwagIT is the optimum vendor for what we need for our city, then I would be in agreement with this.
Sir, this will be my 3rd implementation of it, and I have found that every council that has added this has been very happy, and I so fully support this implementation.
Any further discussion? Chair will entertain a motion to approve. Are you back up, Mr. Coates?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I certainly respect, Mayor, what you just said, and I certainly understand that. I don't think that takes away my right to ask questions and be in opposition. I understand the positions that have been made. I just had one other question about, so I did go to the SwagIT website. I understand that you were recently acquired. And so I just wanted to know if you can assure us that that will in no way impact future services, or contracts, and anything like that.
Very good question. So the benefits to that acquisition is that SwagIT's president, which is SwagIT's owner, original owner, is continuing with SwagIT as the president of SwagIT. So it's a separate entity. We're going to be running SwagIT exactly the way that we always have. We're at 635.75. That's not going to change. So all of our offices, everything, all the employees, everything is remaining intact. Support is remaining in-house in Dallas. So nothing is changing. The contract is still going to be going through SwagIT. So nothing changes there. Thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve. Motion to approve by Mr. Harvey, second. Is that Mr. Coates? I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Harvey, second by Mr. Contreras. Council, please vote. Approved by the 6-1 vote, dissension by Mr. Coates. Moving on to item K, consider resolution authorizing the application and receipt of a water smart water and energy efficient grant from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation for the 50% funding of the automated metering infrastructure AMI installation project. The grant application is for $2.5 million, with the city of Duncanville contributing $2.5 million as a 50% cash match. These sources will provide the $5 million needed for the automated metering infrastructure, AMI, installation project implementation over a period of 3 years. Ms. Atmore.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to ask you to review and accept an application for the advanced metering infrastructure called AMI grant that we are applying for. It's a $2.5 million grant, and it will help us to fund the AMI system. And I'm just going to call it AMI because it stands for Advanced Metering Infrastructure, and what you guys are probably already used to, but the AMI is the shortened version of it. So with this grant, just give you a little bit of background. On May 12th, Councilmember Mac Burnett sent us an email asking us to look at this grant, to pursue the grant by the Water and Energy Efficiency grant by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamations for the Water Smart program. Since then, we have been busy. We've constructed a team of 11 individuals, and I just want to share the individuals. Would y'all stand up and tell you, we've had a little bit of people from all of the departments. We have Jeremiah, who is the Economic Development Intern. We have Ms. Jackie Colton, the Interim Public Works Director. We have Ms. Cassandra Wright, who's our Utility Billing Manager. And we have John McLean, who's our City Engineer. Gus, he's sitting down, but he is part of this. He loaned us his employee, Mr. Clay Mansell, who is the Economic Development Manager, and Miss Amy Shu, who is Finance Executive Assistant. So they will help me with this presentation tonight because they all lent a little bit of their expertise in putting together the presentation and putting in all of the information that went into applying for this grant. It was massive. So I wanted them to share in how much work that it took to get to do this. So with that, I'm going to let Ms. Cassie go over all of the background and all of the infrastructure stuff. information with you. So this is her area of expertise that she could give you more information. And please feel free to ask questions. So. How do you turn this slide? Do you push? Okay.
Okay, hello, Mayor and City Council. Again, my name is Cassandra Wright. I'm the Utility Billing Manager. I wanted to review the first 3 slides with you to give you some history and background of the current city meters that provide water service to our City of Duncanville customers. Okay, and so right now, most of our water meters have a lifespan of 15 to 20 years, meaning most of our existing meters are aging and they're needing to be replaced. Okay, and so we currently have over 13,000 water customers. Within my department, we have 3 meter readers that read about 3,300 to 3,500 meters each week. After those meters are read and checked for accuracy, customers normally receive their water statements about 20 to 30 days after that reading. Over time, as meters age, they become less reliable, less accurate, and more costly to repair, which always result in a loss of revenue for the city. Within the past 4 years, we've seen a decrease of about $400,000 per year, and this will continue until we move to a better, more reliable system for our meters and our metering system. So I'm going to turn the next slide over to. That goes. Oh, sorry, you're right.
Good evening. I'd like to talk real quick over the project that we are going to implement. The city proposes to design, procure, and implement an AMI system over the course of 3 years. In this project, the city will install a meter data management system designed to receive, aggregate, and validate data transmitted by individual meters. We will launch an interactive web portal to allow customers to view their water consumption. By monitoring data in real time, customers will know to check for leaks or reduce high water consumption. Additionally, we will install the antennas and repeaters required to collect the data throughout the city and in spots where we have low reception. And we'll replace all 13,200 meters with smart meters, beginning with customers in billing cycle 1, moving through 2, 3, and 4. The graphic illustrates meter readings that are being collected through the radio frequency transmission equipment, which will be sent to the city and also to the web portal so that customers can view their consumption at any time. With that, next, Ms. Atmore will explain how this project will benefit the city.
So when we talk about the proposed benefits of this city, to adequately and to effectively implement the AMI system to serve all the 13,000 customers and meters, we have to regularly transmit the data through this MDS, what they call the MDMS system. And that'll be used, help us to monitor the usage, also identify any irregularities in the system, in the flow of water, and make informed decisions regarding the usage and maintenance almost immediately. So there's a lot of benefits that will empower us to provide a lot better customer service with a system like this, which will give us information that we can see at a glance. And so now we also talk about customer benefits. I'm going to turn it over to Amy because she's done some extensive research on what will help customers, how this will help our customers.
Good evening. So through the interactive web portal that is going to be accessible via computer or an app, the city's customers can receive almost real-time water usage data throughout the day. This customer portal will be essential in setting the stage for customer-driven savings And we've already begun discussions on strategies for public outreach with both utility billing and communications and marketing. Customers can also set parameters to their household water usage and even receive alerts when those limits are exceeded. Imagine receiving a notice of a burst pipe while you're on vacation and be able to take action immediately rather than having to wait a couple of days to find a horrible mess. We know from recent studies that when customers receive that regular information about their water usage on their own, they tend to start making wiser decisions, such as setting timers for a water sprinkler. Once they do that and begin cutting back on their consumption, they then start reducing waste on their own, water waste, and start seeing savings on their water bills. And next, we will have regional benefits with Miss Jackie.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you, Amy, for that introduction. Mayor and council, in addition to the city and the customer benefits that we talked about, there are certain regional benefits that we will derive as a result of implementing AMI. As we all aware, Dallas is a major water supplier for this area. In addition to the water that they provide to their inside Dallas customers, they serve 23 other wholesale customers, including the city of Duncanville. So they have an extensive water system of surface water reservoirs, like 7 reservoirs from north in Denton, Lake Ray Roberts to Lake Fork, Lake Ray Hubbard, Lake Louisville, Lake Grapevine. So it's very important that they plan along with their wholesale customers in order to make sure that there is sufficient water, not only to meet the needs today, but 50 years into the future. Thank you. Thank you so much. So water planning is very important. And then on top of that, the state has dictated that water entities within the state derive and develop these regional water plans. And so there are 16 regional water planning groups within Texas with the whole intent to ensure that when we need water, not only today, but in the future, it'll be there for us. So Duncanville is a part of Region C. And so we are required to have a local water supply plan to update it every 5 years, which feeds into the Region C water plan, which ultimately feeds into the state water plan. And so what the plan does, it requires entities such as Duncanville to identify your future population projections along with future demands and future water supplies. So Duncanville has identified water conservation as a strategy to meet our future water supplies. So this AMI project, which will save water, fits very comfortably into that water supply strategy. And it helps not only, Duncanville to meet its goals, but Dallas, the other entities that we're in, that are in the area, as well as the state. And so that's one of the other important benefits of implementing AMI in this city. It will help us to meet our water conservation goals. And then also our wholesale water contract that we have with Dallas requires water conservation. So, I mean, all the way around, it's a good deal for not only us, but the region and the state. So that's one of the reasons why we're, recommending that we undertake this process, and these funds are available, and it is a way to help us finance where we need to get to. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Clay, who will talk about the regional support that we have received, not only for this AMI project, but for our grant application.
One moment, Mr. Harvey has a comment or question, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I'm very impressed by the tag team approach to making this presentation. As soon as I got ready to ask someone a question, it's sat down. And I guess now that I think back on it, I've forgotten what question I wanted to ask because we had so many different angles look at it. So I guess my question is the one that I retained is that is this a reimbursable grant or will this be paid in advance? That's one question. Second question is if we file the grant paperwork tomorrow, when will we hear whether or not we got the money?
So this is a reimbursable grant, is a match. So you had different versions of it from 500,000 to up to 5 million you could apply for. But if I apply for 5 million, I gotta have the other 5 million to match it, okay?
Okay.
So that's why our option was to apply for a $2.5 million grant. And that way we would have to match up to the other 2.5 million. So, and we think we've had a pricing, a quote that says that it will take 5 million in order to replace all the systems. The prices kind of changed around now. That was probably a year or two ago, but that's what it would take. And also to answer your other question about when will we know, we won't know until May 2023 whether we actually got the grant or not.
Okay.
So we have to apply now for them to take and read all the information. Okay.
Mr. Contreras, is this an opportune time for your question?
Okay, on one hand, I heard that it's a reimbursable grant.
Mhm.
So that means that, what does that
Okay,
mean?
the reimbursement means that it's a matching grant. You know, you spend the money, they reimburse up to, when we spend 2.5 million, then we get reimbursed for that, but we also have to spend another 2.5 million. Okay, you understand? They're only, if I spend 5 million, they're only going to reimburse me up to 2.5.
Okay, and then the second part of this is applying for this grant doesn't necessarily commit us tonight to accepting to be involved in this program. We're just going to approve. If we do, we're just going to be asked to approve application for the grant.
Yes,
Okay.
we
Thank
are
you.
approving the application for the grant.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Koontz, you had a comment, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up with Councilman Contreras' question. Do we have to identify where those funds, where our funds will be coming from when we submit the application?
Yes, we do have to identify how we're going to fund it through the budget process. And that is a part of the grant documents in the application. They ask us, how do we propose to fund the total AMI system implementation of AMI?
So we would also have to be deciding then during this, how we would fund the 2.5
This is a
million.
Can I respond to
proposal.
that, Mayor?
City manager, go ahead, please.
So one of the things, and prior to my arrival and Mr. Kunz's arrival, is the council had made a decision to start moving funding to reserve it for the AMI. So you've actually already designated a certain amount that's to be put into reserve. So I believe we used to show it on our financial reports. We stopped because I kept trying to find if it was a vote or what. But in your last meeting, I believe right before I got here, you were looking at the money that the finance director was placing there. And it technically is more than that amount, the 2.5. So you've already designated or identified that a portion of your water sewer fund balance would be dedicated for an AMI system. Now, I wanted to bring that back to you guys to make sure that there's something in writing, because I did not find it, but I do remember your last council meeting where you saw the presentation that funding was identified for this project. And the only thing, just because we didn't talk about this at the beginning, is we started this project. We have invested funding in it. In fact, we owe funding for this project. We did stop the project because of some of the transitions that were happening. However, in the last presentation you had on the financial method of it, we did identify that we would once again have to borrow funding. Mr. Mac Burnett, who came with this opportunity, gave us an alternative for borrowing money, but to at least minimize that by having possible federal funds available to help with that fall. And I know that there was a lot of back and forth on council as they gave you the funding, and they were like, oh, you're saving money. So we still have to have the big AMI conversation. But before we get there, we also want to, while it's available, identify alternative sources of funding other than just cash and borrowing. And that's why we identified this. But we did identify fund balance money that was being put aside. And I'll get you those financial reports to show where it was identified in the past.
Mr. Contreras, you had a comment, sir?
Well, yeah, just to city manager's point. So are we actually saying that because this has started before you came, that they were already putting money somewhere? And so that money is there?
So when you look at our early financial reports, what you would see is the city's water sewer fund, you'd see the available fund balance, and then you see the amount that's reserved for AMI.
Yeah.
Am I correct? Those who were here?
Yeah.
And so as we started looking at the overall fund balance, one of the conversations that were happening, and that led to the fund balance conversation, is that we knew it was a $6 million project, and we knew we were putting funding, but we noticed that that water fund balance kept going down. And I remember at one council meeting, a council member said, well, based on your fund balance, you really don't have this available. Now, we've cleared up the fund balance amount. We know that we do have a pretty healthy fund balance there. But I did not want to show a reserve amount that wasn't actually in the fund balance. And so my goal for you is to bring this back. We did halt the project to take fresh eyes, fresh look at it. And I appreciate what's happening today. But it would come from if you do determine that funding that has already been identified in the fund balance to cover this.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Clay Mansell, Economic Development Manager, Jeremiah Brewer, Economic Development Intern. Part of our outreach has been, of course, getting the stakeholders. This is a competitive grant, so of course, cities in the Western United States are going to be saying, we need money. So everyone's going to be saying we need money, right? But how do we differentiate ourselves? We do that by emphasizing the community support. So it's not just where we get our water from, such as the city of Dallas, but it's also showing that we have the state support from our state representative. We've also reached out to our state senator as well as our US representative. So for example, if we were to get a letter back from our federal representative saying the city is worthy of a federal grant and some other communities don't have that letter of support, that could be the difference. And so a part of this, we're just trying to build that network of support through our utilities and also our water users. You know, for example, the tortilla factory is a major commercial water user in the city. And so just emphasizing that we have a lot of varied support on this project. And I would like to highlight Jeremiah's contribution to this project. He worked on it beyond letters of support. He had actually worked on a AMI grant project at his previous internship. And so I think he started, I think it was the end of your first week here. And this grant opportunity was presented to us. So we're very thankful for his contributions to this as well. So thank you.
And so the next part, last part, we talk about the funding, which you've already asked me. So the Water Smart program award that we are applying for is the 2.5 million. And the proposal will come out, whoever is awarded the project will be out in May of 2023. And how we're looking at it right now is that transferring from the operating fund, which we had talked about, the fund balance of that fund. We have set aside a meter replacement fund because what wasn't done before, what we want to do now is that set aside that money that we're going to use for the advanced metering infrastructure. Basically is replacing meters and putting the smart program in place. And so we want to shift the money to the replacement fund so we can track the replacement of the meters and the program as we put them in, as we go through this project, so we can track it. And so this is a project that we anticipate over a 2 to 3 year period. As with the grant, and that'll be in compliance with the grant program if we are awarded the funds. And that means that this will be over fiscal years 23, 24, 25, and 26. And so we have until that time to complete the project. But once we are awarded the funds, we do have a time limit on us completing the entire project. And if you remember from our meeting about the water rate study last night, is that he did include this, the AMI project in the water rate study, one of the scenarios. So I just wanted to bring that up, is that we're looking at this program because we've heard from council that this is one of the things that they're interested in pursuing. Any questions?
Thank you. I think we've pretty well exhausted some of our comments and some concerns. And what we're looking at, folks, is a resolution that basically says we are authorizing the city manager to go ahead and apply for the grant. That's what the resolution is before us. All the details and application going into the AMI and the funding and so on and so forth is incidental to what we have before us in terms of what we're voting on tonight. Simply the resolution to go ahead and apply for the grant itself. Any comments? Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Harvey, second by Mr. McBurnett. Council, please vote. Approved by a vote of 6-1, dissenting Mr. Kuntz. Item L, consider a resolution approving the Duncanville Community Economic Development Corporation, DCEDC Incentive and Grant Policy Statement and Guidelines for Economic Development Grants and Tax Abatements. Mr. Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Augustine Garcia, Managing Director for Development Services, along with my colleague Clay Manzel, Manager, Economic Development Manager. Come before you here today to talk about the policy revisions for the Economic Development Corporation. If this council remembers, back in November of 2021, we had a retreat and we discussed the potential for some policy revisions on the Economic Development Corporation's policy and guidelines. We later visited with this council in February of 2022 with the joint meeting with the Economic Development Corporation Board, staff, council, and planning and zoning, in trying to find a way to revise and present a set of policies and guidelines that was more conducive to some of the things that we were experiencing within the community. Some of those things were meeting with the developer community, the community at large, when it came to redevelopment, adaptive reuse, and renovation. We looked with the issues with planning and our CZO, our code zoning and ordinances. What we did is we looked at 7 particular issues. One was to maintain approval and oversight by both the DCEDC board and this council. We made sure not to take that out of the policy and guideline. We wanted to give the EDC flexibility, which was identified in the existing policy and guidelines, and we wanted to maintain that flexibility. We didn't want to set arbitrary or standards or any unrealistic or even limits based on what we perceive to be coming or what might be coming. We wanted to leave that open so that we could be creative and present things to you. As you know, Duncanville is about 94% built out. So there's renovation, adaptive reuse, and redevelopment. And those things aren't typical of just any normal city. So we wanted to model it after what Duncanville needs were. We wanted to align with the city council's desire on what they wanted to see and what has been communicated to us by this council as well as the board. So we modeled it based on those needs and what we heard from you and also the redevelopment community and the development community at large. We wanted to consider ED incentives that were allowable by state and federal law. As you know, our incentives or our votes or the votes by the board or what we present are vetted by our attorney. Sometimes Mr. Hagar fills in and sometimes it doesn't, as well as the council here that presents to you also. And many times our prospects, their first impression is an email that comes with our application as well as our policy and guidelines. So oftentimes when we're recruiting or we're sending out to prospects, their first impression of the city is what we present them to be our guidelines. And we wanted them to know that we were open for business, so that when they do look at us, they're saying, okay, this city is serious, or the economic development is serious about some of the things that we wanted. So with that, I've asked Mr. Menzel to present some guidelines and some of the major changes in the presentation. I'm going to be here with Mr. Menzel to go over some of those issues. As you are aware, you have a copy of the 12 revisions that have taken place in that timeline. So there's been a number of revisions that we presented to our board. We've had numerous meetings at the board level, in executive session and in open session, going over these revisions. So what you have before you is, I believe, the 12th revision, the 12th version of those policy and guidelines revisions. So with that, Mr. Menzel.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Council, as we looked at our policy, I'll keep it brief since, it's kind of getting late, but the current version of the EDC policy was adopted February 2019. Although that was only 3 years ago, which isn't a whole lot of time, it was also pre-COVID. A lot has changed, not only in economic development, but also just our country in that time frame and how projects are incentivized, what the developers are looking for, but also the expectations of our business community. I think there's an expectation that we are more hands-on, if you will, that we are a partner. Public-private partnerships, for example, are becoming more and more common as people look towards local and state government to be more active partners. So we wanted to make sure that, we want to emphasize that the current policy isn't bad. We're not criticizing the current policy. But from our year here, from what we've seen professionally through conferences, benchmarking other cities, how they approach incentivizing deals, we wanted to make sure that we had a flexible policy, that we are not limiting ourselves unnecessarily. If the state allows us to do certain deals, why should we then prevent ourselves from doing such deals? We, of course, do not want to do anything illegal or anything out of the box. I hope that's a given. But we want to make sure that, hey, if the state is allowing 4B boards to do certain projects, let's do them. So let's have that conversation. As Director Garcia mentioned, the oversight is still there. We really, truly want to emphasize that. The EDC board still has to approve it. It still has to come to you for that second round of approval. That is not being removed or edited in any way whatsoever. So with that being said, some of the major things we've done, we've taken away, again, as we looked at the changing environment that we're doing in, a lot of the policy was restrictions, 75 or 70% of $5,000. Well, why not just cap it at $5,000 or cap it at $3,500? Things like that, where it's a percentage of a maximum cash amount. Well, $5,000 in 2019 got you way more than it did in 2022. And so it's not the same environment. So we need a policy that's flexible for things like that. Similar to the tax abatement table, perhaps the EDC and the council, maybe you guys want to do 50% or up to 27% rather than 25%. So these are restrictions that we're placing on ourselves. These aren't restrictions that are coming from anyone other than ourselves. And so as we looked at it, we just wanted to make sure that we're unbinding ourselves to what we can and can't do. And so that's what we did a lot of, was just removing some of these restrictions. Other things we removed of in our current policy, I think it's bullet point 5 here, removed excessive redundant language. On a case-by-case basis is in our first paragraph in our current policy twice. It says that council will review things on a case-by-case basis and our EDC board will review things on a case-by-case basis. And this appears throughout the document. This incentive is on a case-by-case basis. And it's just like, I think we just need to say it once. Yeah, let's just say it at once up front, that council has final approval on everything on a case-by-case basis, and let's move on. Another thing was inconsistent criteria for our design incentives. You can only do X, Y, Z. And then for these policies, you can do X, Y, Z. They're exactly the same. Again, it's the same criteria in two different sections. If you're going to apply the same criteria to every single incentive, again, just do it up front, do it once, let's move on. Just taking that approach alone reduced our policy by, I think, 5 or 6 pages, just getting rid of some of the redundant language without even impacting what we are offering. You know, it's not as if we're removing what we can offer. We're just getting rid of some of the dead weight, if you will. And so one of the things we restricted, we got rid of also the 70% limit. Again, in our policy, for example, our policy says for design incentives, a maximum of 70%. However, on our application at the time, any grant was 70%. That of course wasn't correct to the policy. And so we just wanted to make sure that we're being consistent throughout the document. So that's largely what we changed. One thing that was requested of us by our EDC board was to allow nonprofits to apply or to qualify for some incentives. Of course, they probably will not be qualifying for job creation grants or sales tax rebates, of course, but they still have facades. They still have landscaping needs, paving, things like that. They're churches, for example, you know, they're what you think of when you think of a community, what you're driving through. And so we want to make sure that as we are the community and economic development board, we are taking that community approach as well. And so that was requested of us, and we included that as well. Another thing was the policy mandates that you get bids from local contractors. The bid function in our policy is a pricing mechanism, if you will. It communicates to us, okay, we have 3 legitimate bids. If they're saying, hey, I need $100 grand for something, but all the bids are coming back in the 20,000 range. Okay, well, you know, that communicates to us that you're only going to get 20,000, or you don't know what you're talking about, and, you know, things like that as well. And so it's a vetting process. And the actual reimbursement, they don't actually have to use any of those contractors. So we are still requesting a goodwill effort to source bids locally and to use local contractors. But we want to make sure that if they can't get the services locally, that they can still go beyond the city just to get the bid, for example. So those are just some of the changes we made. One of the things missing was a bread and butter tool of economic development, business retention and expansion grant. This was missing from our policy. We added it in. One thing it allows is for full-time employees, you know, for businesses that have been here for a number of years, if they're looking to leave the city or expand outside of the city, we want to make sure that we keep them here, right? We keep the jobs here, we keep the investment here. And so it's $2,500 per full-time employee, $1,250 per part-time employee, so long as that job meets the at least 80% of the Dallas County median wage. One of our board members at the time asked, well, why not 100%? We have to keep in mind that we're in Dallas County. Dallas, while it has a lot of low-income jobs, it also has a lot of very high-end jobs as well as the northern suburbs, Plano, or I don't know if Plano's in Dallas County, but Richardson, Garland, that we're making sure that we're accounting for the economic situation in our county. And so we also added pavement grants. The #1 requested grant we have gotten in the year that we've been here are assistance on concrete or asphalt. This was not in our policy. And we haven't incentivized a single pavement grant because of that. So we wanted to make sure we added that in as well as the demolition program that's been in our policy since 2019. However, it's just a demo program. You have to completely demolish the building and then rebuild it. In a redevelopment city, some buildings don't need to be torn down. That's an additional cost on the contractor that sometimes isn't necessary. So we've expanded it to be a renovation, redevelopment, and a reuse program in addition to demolition. They still have to do at least 51% of the value and improvements to qualify for the grant. So it's still a majority renovation, but we just wanted to, again, make sure that we have the tools available to us to be flexible in how we can approach economic development projects. And that's all we have at the time. If you guys have any questions about the policy, we'll be here to answer them. Thank you.
One of the things that I noticed looking at the redlining that was sent to us earlier this afternoon was, and going back to my experience being on the EDC and looking at the grants, and then here on council looking at how we approve grants as well. A lot of what I saw, and you've pretty well noted it here, was taking some of the handcuffs off in terms of being able to do business in the city. And I saw those revisions as making us more business friendly. Some of the specificity of some of the metrics and the tables, having gone through that with some of the applications that have been made, making specific reference to the application that was made for the 354,000 square foot distribution center that's now located here in our city. There was a lot of discussion about the use of that table and the tax abatements, and we wrapped ourselves around an axle terribly, simply because there was that specificity saying this is what we got to do, and it made it very, very difficult for us to make any headway in that particular thing. So looking at the revisions that were made, and there's a bunch of them, you know, looking through that redlining that we got, my takeaway in looking through that said that we're making things a whole lot easier. And taking out, as you said, some of the redundancy, a lot of the redundancy has been taken away, but a lot of the handcuffs are now off, giving the EDC more flexibility to be more business friendly and giving more opportunity for the expenditures of monies that we have. We have those monies, and that's what it's there for. It's not to be banked, it's supposed to be dispersed. And that's what these changes seem to me to give us the opportunity to do, is to make more of those disbursements and make it more friendly to our businesses that want to apply for those grants. Like the pavement grant. Why not? Why not? You know, why do we have to just handcuff ourselves and say this, and this, but not this, when it goes to the exterior of the building, and it has to do with all of our customers and citizens as well. So thank you very much for a lot of work and it's gone into this. Mr. Contreras.
Can you talk about the 67? You talked about the removal of percentage. That makes a lot of sense there. But you didn't mention whether or not you were suggesting new cap rates on each of the different sign grants, big grants, landscape grants. So if you Xed it out under signage, while you're making these changes, did you increase those because you said prices are going up? So has that been?
Yes, we actually got rid of the percentage threshold and the number threshold. Our thinking, of course, is as professionals, we will recommend to the board the grants based off of those bids. You know, the bids have to be legitimate businesses. And so that is sort of the price mechanism that we'll be using for our recommendation. No, sir. And then, of course, the board and then subsequently council can make that determination if the dollar amount that we're recommending is excessive or not.
Okay. And the second point, besides the inspections of signs to confirm that they were put in as they were proposed when you gave the grant to the specifications, that would be done by the inspectors. What have you done to tighten up the inspections and confirmations on the landscape and paint grants? So those are different types of things. Somebody has to go out and look and make sure it was done to the specifications in the grant. Who goes out and looks at that and comes back to you and says, it's good?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. That's a great question. Under the current application, you'll see that there is a requirement for an attestation and documents to be provided that the work was performed either via canceled checks or invoices. And so through the permitting process and inspection process, that would be verified, and that would be through finance. We would not actually disperse any checks. They would get a copy of the contract. They would see a copy of the submittal. So it'd be a post-grant submittal. That would be not just an attestation, or it would be actual copies of canceled checks and the invoices that were paid to show that the work was performed. So you get it, it's kind of twofold. So you have what I just mentioned, and then of course the inspection process through anything that they would apply for on improvements to the property. So you
But
actually. have
who
two-
actually inspects though? Like
So
to make sure the
That would be
landscape?
B&I, it'd be building inspection. They'd have to apply for any renovations or,
Okay, so they're, okay.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Coons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just remember, I think it was a couple of months ago, we had a joint meeting between the EDC and the council. And I know during that discussion, we talked about some of the handcuffs that previous policies had before, and we talked a little bit about that. And from what I recall from that meeting and some of the concerns and the discussion, that so much of this reflects, is an immediate response to that. And so I really appreciate, the work that's been put into this. And with that being said, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Coons, and we have a second by Mr. Mac Burnett. Just want to make sure, is there any further discussion before we go ahead and take a vote on this? Seeing none, please vote. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much for your hard work over several months of work
Thank
and
you.
the teamwork involved. Thank you. That completes the items for individual consideration. Item number 6 is staff and board reports. On the one hand, we've been here a long time, but on the other hand, Chief Rhodey, Mr. Tennant, Ms. Atmore have been here and persevered through all this tonight. I would hate to postpone this, but can you capsulize your stuff so that we can get through it? Summarize and do we need, Miss Atmore, can you go to your last slide?
Put the timer on.
Absolutely.
Just
Absolutely.
let's
In
get,
fact, I can go to the last slide. So do you have any?
let's get
questions?
the elevator speeches on these things, okay?
Oh. Okay. Mayor and council, your general fund is doing well, as you can see, in your package. So, that's a good thing. Your use of fund. You want me to fly? We've now spent $37,000 for, your use of fund balance projects out of, 2.7 million. So it is progressing a little bit. Your utility operating fund, is doing well. As you can see, we are at 58.5% of the revenue. It is increasing because we're in the summer months and we are collecting the past dues, and so it's creeping up. You got your CIP fund. I highlighted that 8.1 million in yellow because we are right now looking at bringing back a revision, a budget revision to you to look at, because we will not be able to spend that $8 million in water and sewer fund projects this year. Okay, so we'll bring that back to you as a revision to the budget. Your economic development fund is doing well. As you notice that 134% of the expenditures are spent, which is kind of out of line with the target. And that's because of the 1.5 million that we spent for the Wheatland Plaza. So that's why that is that way. You got the field house, still kind of in this same fund balance issue. But it is making a little money, a little bit more revenues than expenses. Then all your other funds, this is where your special revenue funds, the summaries, they're all doing pretty well. And Mr. Coons, I had talked about your PEG fund. It is their fund 215. You can see the money. I was wrong about the 8. I think I said 82, 85. It's actually 88. So a little extra. And then we got a debt service and capital project funds. They're all doing well. You still got a bunch of money in your capital project improvement fund. The balance is about 18.7 million because those are just capital projects we're still working on. And your other enterprise funds are drainage and sanitation. Okay, those are other enterprise funds that still have a good fund balance, and those are taken from the utility bill. That is it. Y'all have any questions?
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Yeah, hey, that's all, I
Proving
got
it-
council members that.
It
read
can be
packets.
done.
Beat
Mr.
that, Jeremy Tennant.
Mr. Tennant.
Starting time.
Timer's running.
Hey, guys, thank you very much for taking the time to attention this evening. I know you've seen enough of me this evening, so I'll make this short and quick. This is the quarterly report from the past quarter. Just to give you, well, there's been a little expansion since the last time I presented to you. We have now taken combined planning into our forces. So we have a current senior planner position, which is vacant. We actually just ended interviews last week, and we're doing reference checks right now. We have 2 top candidates that we're looking at. And again, this is a list of all of our employees. I want to make sure I have to name them all. Lynette, Randy, Angelica, Christina, and Alicia. Those are our new permit techs. These are the entities that help part of this of our team run well. Our building inspector position that's still vacant. We're still looking for some good candidates for that. It's just been outstanding. So we're still looking for candidates. Health inspector, we have Tammy. We also have neighborhood service officers and officers in training. We have Esther, Terrence, Levi, Jose Ernest Lanus, who came over from Parks, who joined our team. He used to be a code compliance officer in the city of Dallas. Now he's with us. And we also have Marquise Thomas, who used to be in Lancaster. He's now here in the city of Duncanville. Has some code experience, but it still is in training. So we're looking to get them all certified soon. I'm going to basically condense this list. We've had a lot of inspections, similar to, you can read those at your own leisure and time. If you have any questions about anything, I'll be happy to go into specific detail, but I'll let you kind of look over that. And I think you also have the PowerPoint presentation in your packet. So I'll just skip forward. All right, just want to give, I know that we have a new council member, so I just want to explain the Community Development Block Grant. You guys approved about 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, excuse me, the CBG grant, which allowed for Public Works to do some sidewalk improvements and other right-of-way improvements, and also allowed for the payment for one of our neighborhood service officers, Mr. Terrence Bass. So thank you all for that. And just to let you all know, that's 100% reimbursable, and is there's 5 blocks, and each of your districts contain a portion, if not a large swath of CDBG. So that is why we have a large CDBG portion. And we serve about 14,000 people in that particular area. This is the 3,000, almost 4,000 parcels that are in there as well. Again, this is the community block grant area. Again, it's very large. We can go into details. If you have any questions at the end, I'll be happy to entertain those questions for you. At building inspections, we've had over 916. These are the entities that we actually provide inspections for. Health inspections, we've had 193. These are the entities that we actually provide inspections for. And contacts for neighborhood service offices, we had 743 cases, about 2,000 total inspections, and we've addressed we've had 540 total addresses served. Planning cases, we've had 8 SUPs, including some of the ones that have come before you all this evening, and also 1 replat and 1 plan development. Some of the accomplishments that we've hired. That's all I have to store for you all. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain you for you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennant. Chief Rhodey.
Yes, sir. Ready to go. I'd like to introduce you all to 4 of my new employees. 2 of them are paramedics, so I'm gonna have to send them to fire school. And then I have 2 of them that are firefighter EMTs, who I'm gonna have to send to paramedic school. And they currently are accounting for our staffing. So as of July 1st, I had 0 vacancies. I got 2 guys back out of paramedic school and another guy out of a hybrid paramedic school. So that put me 3 more for my ambulance and my EMS crews. I did a promotional exam for driver position on June the 15th, and I'm waiting for the appeal on July 21st, so I can go ahead and promote 2 driver's positions. One of our drivers was promoted to Captain, James Self, and I think he's going to be a real good officer in the department. The rest of this pretty much is professional development. One thing I like to highlight is Assistant Chief Chase wrote an article for firefighter health and wellness, and was in Firehouse Magazine, which is a pretty much international magazine. So we're kind of proud of Chief Chase's writing abilities. Quit laughing. Again, these are some conferences that we went to. We also had Lauren Sanchez has contributed to a lot of planning of a lot of events we have conducted here lately. We also been going to TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management, and the TEACS Leadership Symposium to continue our CE acquisitions. Lauren also helped with the Next Gen 911 grant application, and she did some emergency preparedness 101 courses with a group of people from all 4 of our regional cities. She did Stop the Bleed. Of course, we participated in the fire truck pool, but we didn't win. Lauren also helped with the Family Reunification Center for our active shooter incident, and she also assisted in Family Assistance Center. And there you see our stats, our performance indicators for the quarter. Just to one note is our EMS runs continued to go up. We had 1,287, and we had 85 inspections to count on. And there you go.
Thank you, Chief Rhodey.
Any questions? Very good. Thank you.
All right, council, if you recall, we still have an executive session.
I need Mayor Gordon recess.
We're going to recess city council. The timestamp is 11:09.
I tried.
Okay,
already
we're on.
To sell it,
We're good.
the position to it. He wasn't interested. I tried that this morning.
We're recording, guys.
I tried it this morning.
Let's get this done with. You can talk later. Reconvening city council 11:21. There is action to be taken as a result of executive session. City attorney, please read the motion.
Mayor and council, as a result of the executive session, I would ask you to consider the following motion. Motion to approve the full and final settlement agreement by and between the city of Duncanville, Texas, and employee Pam McAllister, based on a letter of July 6th, 2022, which has been sent to Ms. McAllister, and it was signed and returned and her agreement on July 16th, 2022, under the terms and conditions of the letter, and to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents and make the necessary.
Chair will entertain a motion to accept the motion as read by city attorney.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Mr. McBurnett, second by Mr. Harvey. This will be a voice vote since we're in here.
Councilmember Veracruz. Or Councilmember McBurnett, 4 against. Councilmember Coons, 4 against. Councilmember Cherry, 4 against. Councilmember Contreras, 4 against. Oh, no. Councilman, yes. I was going to call you Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor?
4.
4.
Unanimously approved. Thank you. The completion of all the business. Our city council meeting is adjourned at 11:22.